Riding the Ex-Military Biker by Tyla Walker.
This story really revs my engine if you catch my drift.
For once, I'm gonna have to agree with you. Bikes are on a different level. Say, you think you'd like to ride?
Smooth, baby. Real smooth.
Don't act surprised, sweetheart. I can be smooth anytime, any place, and in any position.
The only thing smoother than that is TylaWalker.com, where Miss Tyla has all of her ebooks, audiobooks, and bundles there for the taking.
Don't forget the discount code SAVE40. 40% off of any digital product. Now that's smooth.
Don't forget to like and subscribe to Miss Tyla's channel and stay in the loop on daily releases. I hear she's cooking up something big.
This is Tyla Walker's Riding the Ex-Military Biker.
Chapter 1. Zuri. The blast of Texas heat hits me as I step out of the airport, my phone immediately buzzing in my pocket. "Hey, Mama," I answer, juggling my suitcase and trying not to drop my carry-on. "Zuri, did you land okay? You didn't get lost, did you?" "No, Mama, I'm good. Just stepped out of the terminal." I flag down a cab, giving the driver a quick nod as I load my luggage into the trunk. "I'm so proud of you, baby," she croons. I take a deep breath, feeling the usual mix of pride and pressure. "Thanks, Mama. Remember to call me tonight, okay? I want to hear all about it." "Sure thing. Love you." I end the call just as the cab pulls away from the curb. The driver glances at me in the rearview mirror. "Where to?" "St. David's Hospital, please." We merge into traffic, and I watch the cityscape blur past. Austin feels both familiar and foreign, a city I've known of but never truly explored. The cab smells faintly of fast food and air freshener, a mix that is somehow comforting in its normalcy. "First day, huh?" the driver asked, breaking the silence. "Yeah, trauma nursing. It's gonna be intense." "Better you than me," he chuckles. "You ever see anything really gory?" I nod, recalling shifts at the clinic that were more battlefield than medical facility. "A few I'd like to forget, that's for sure." We pull up to the hospital, a sprawling complex of buildings that seem to hum with urgency. "Good luck on your first day. Break a leg," the driver says as I'm rummaging through my purse for some cash. I shoot him a pointed look, accompanied by a sly smile. "Little morbid, don't you think?" He laughs. "Okay, so maybe not the best phrase for the venue? We will just leave it at knock 'em dead." He breaks into a fit of laughter, followed by a rather productive cough that sounds a lot like years and years of Marlboros. I hand him my cash, grab my bags, and bid him farewell. There's a feeling of a mix of excitement and anxiety churning in my stomach. St. David's Hospital looms above me, its luminous sign casting a pale glow over the entrance. I straighten my scrubs, feeling the familiar fabric stretch over my shoulders, a comforting reminder of the countless hours I've already spent in similar attire. "All right, Zuri," I mutter to myself, adjusting my name badge so it sits perfectly. "Time to shine. You've got this." I take a deep breath, letting the scent of freshly brewed coffee from my travel mug fill my nostrils. I raise the mug to my lips, savoring the bitter taste that always manages to wake me up, no matter the hour. The automatic doors slide open with a soft whoosh, and I step into the bustling lobby. The sounds of beeping monitors, rolling gurneys, and hurried footsteps fill the air. The scent of antiseptic and latex mingles with the lingering aroma of cafeteria food. "Excuse me, where's the nursing station for the trauma unit?" I ask a passing orderly. "Down the hall, take a left, can't miss it." I follow his directions, my heart pounding louder with each step. The station is a hive of activity. A nurse looks up from her computer, eyeing me with curiosity. "Can I help you?" "I'm Zuri Jackson, first day on my trauma rotation." She smiles, standing to extend a hand. Welcome, Zuri. I'm Emily. Let me show you around. We navigate through the maze of corridors, Emily pointing out key areas and introducing me to staff. Don't worry, she says, noticing my wide eyes. You'll get the hang of it. Just remember, it's all about teamwork here. I can do that, I replied, my grip tightening on my bag. We reached the break room, a modest space with a coffee machine that looked like it had seen better days. Grab a refill if you want it. You're going to need all the energy you can get. I top off my mug, the bitter aroma offering a small comfort. So what's the craziest thing you've seen here? Emily chuckles, leaning against the counter. Let's just say you'll have stories to tell by the end of the day. The intercom crackles to life, summoning a code blue. Emily straightens her demeanor, shifting to laser-focused. Looks like you're up. Ready? As I'll ever be, I say, adrenaline already coursing through my veins. We make our way through the maze of corridors, the fluorescent lights casting a sterile glow on the polished floors. The further we go, the more my nerves settle. This is where I belong, where I can make a difference. I push open the doors, stepping into the controlled chaos of the trauma bay. A tall man with a commanding presence glances up from the patient he's working on. His badge says, Dr. Evans. Jackson, right? He says, his tone brisk. Grab some gloves and get over here. We've got work to do. Yes, sir, I reply, pulling on a pair of gloves and moving to his side. The adrenaline has kicked in, sharpening my focus. All right, what's the story? I asked, sliding into place. Fall from a ladder, Dr. Evans replied. Multiple lacerations, possible internal bleeding. Got it. I leaned over the patient, my hand steady. Hey there, you're gonna be okay? What's your name? The patient groaned, eyes fluttering open. Tony. Tony, I'm Zuri. We're gonna take care of you, but I need you to stay with me. All right? Tony nodded weakly, wincing as I applied pressure to a particularly nasty cut. Zuri, can you handle the sutures? Dr. Evans asks, his focus already shifting to another part of Tony's injuries. Of course, sir. I glance at the nurse beside me. Sutures, please. The nurse hands me the needle and thread, and I get to work, the repetitive motion calming in the chaos. Zuri, Tony gasped, his voice strained. Am I gonna make it? Tony, you picked the right team. We've got you. I kept my tone light, masking the intensity of the situation. Besides, I didn't get all dressed up just to let you go on me. He chuckles weakly, a sound that quickly turns into a groan of pain. I glance up, meeting Dr. Evans's eyes. We need to move him to surgery, I say, stitching the last of the laceration. He's got internal bleeding. On it. Dr. Evans signaled to the team, and we prep Tony for transport. I step back, the adrenaline slowly ebbing. Dr. Evans looks over at me. Nice work, Jackson. Thanks, Doc. I smile, feeling the rush of accomplishment. Keep that up, and you'll fit in just fine, he replies, his tone gruff but approving. The calm before the storm didn't last long. Just as I was finishing walking out of the OR bay, the intercom crackles again. Attention all trauma staff, multi-vehicle accident incoming. Prepare for multiple casualties. Emily's eyes meet mine from across the room, and I can see the same mix of anticipation and dread. Ready for round 2? No rest for the wicked, I quip, tossing my gloves in the bin and grabbing a fresh pair. The trauma bay buzzes like a disturbed beehive. Nurses and doctors scramble, prepping stations, double-checking supplies. I grab a cart, loading it with gauze, IVs, and anything else I can think of. Dr. Evans barks orders from the center of the chaos. Jackson, You're on triage. Get ready to assess and prioritize. Got it, Doc. My heart pounds, but I focus on the task at hand. The ambulance sirens grow louder, and I take a deep breath, steadying myself. The first stretcher rolls in, a young woman with a gash on her forehead and a leg bent at an unnatural angle. Her eyes dart around, wild with fear. Hey there, I say, moving to her side. I'm Zuri. What's your name? Sarah, she stammers. All right, Sarah. We're going to take good care of you. Hang tight. I give her a reassuring smile, then turn to Emily. Priority 1, get her to X-ray, stat. Emily nods, and the orderly wheels Sarah away. The next patient comes in, a child no older than 10, crying and holding his arm. Hey, buddy, I say, crouching down to his level. What's your name? Lucas, he sniffles. Lucas, I'm Zuri. Can you show me where it hurts? He points to his arm, which is swelling and is bruised. I think it's broken. You're brave, Lucas. We're going to fix you right up. Priority 2, get him to ortho. The flow of patients doesn't stop. Each new face brings a new challenge, a new set of injuries to assess. I move from one to the next, my mind racing to keep up. Just as I'm about to breach the staff room, to pack up and head to my new apartment, my pager alerts at my side. Room 203, assessment, then free to go. I stifle a groan, feeling the weight of exhaustion settle into my bones. But this was what I signed up for, right? I grab a fresh pair of gloves and head to room 203. A nurse aide is just stepping out of the room as I round the corner. Hey, any details you can share? I ask. Yeah, I just tried to get him to gown up, and he told me that wasn't happening. She begins to flip through her clipboard, but as far as I know, involved in a motorcycle incident. Vitals are stable. Just some minor cuts and road rash. Paramedics just insisted he come. Roger that. I appreciate it, I say with a smile. Good luck. You might need it, she replies as she walks off. I step into room 203, the faint scent of antiseptic hitting my nose. The man on the bed is tossing and turning in his sleep, seemingly troubled by what he's envisioning. His rugged appearance immediately catches my eye. Tattoos snake up his arms, disappearing under the sleeves of his torn shirt. Dark stubble covers his jaw, giving him an air of danger that was both intriguing and slightly intimidating. I knock on the glass door of the exam room, and he immediately startles awake, seemingly unaware of his surroundings. I sprint to his bedside. Hey, you're okay? You're at St. Douglas Hospital. My name is Zuri, your nurse. I tell him softly, trying to ease his apprehension. Once reality starts dawning on him, the vulnerable uncertainty etched across his face from moments earlier transforms into something darker. Someone hesitant. Someone who seems to have seen a lot of shit. I take a moment to study him. His muscular build and the way he holds himself now screams confidence. He looks like the type who doesn't take orders well, and the stubborn set of his jaw confirms it. His eyes, a piercing shade of blue, flick to me, and the room seems to shrink. You must be Jackson, I say. Jackson Hawkins? Legally, he replies gruffly, but most everyone calls me Jax or Hammer.
Chapter 2. Jax. I sit in the tiny ER room, every sterile surface around me making my skin itch. My leg bounces with impatience, the chain on my boot clinking against the metal leg of the chair. They forced me in here for a few scratches. Typical. A nurse pops her head in. Someone will be with you shortly. Someone should have been with me an hour ago, I grumble, flexing my fingers to keep from tearing the place apart. Hospital protocol, we see the most dire patients first, she says with a smile that doesn't reach her eyes before disappearing again. I roll my eyes and shift in my seat, feeling the tightness of my leather jacket against my back. The crash had left a few bruises and scrapes, nothing serious. I run a hand over my forearm, inspecting the damage. Just a shallow cut, barely worth a Band-Aid. Nurse Congeniality reappears in my doorway, with a little cup of what looks like medicine on a tray. "Why don't we get you started with some pain medicine?" she asks sweetly. "I don't need medicine, I'm not a pussy," I say with a growl. I can't help but notice her intake of breath at my rash comment. "You know, I figured you'd say that," she says as she rounds the bed. "Hence why I just got you some ibuprofen. The sooner we treat you somehow, the sooner you're out of here," she adds with a wink. "Fine, just so I can get out of this hellhole," I reply, shotgunning the pills and water down my throat, wishing it was a shot of Jack. "The call button is right there if you need anything," she says with a smile. "What I need is to get the fuck out of here," I mumble to myself. My mind is already racing with what I'm going to say to the club. If I'm stuck here, I may as well take advantage of it, I decide. Tucking my hands behind my head, I decide to take a brief cat nap, just to recharge before tonight's meeting. "Get down! Incoming!" My voice roars over the din of gunfire. Dust and debris fill the air as another mortar round explodes nearby. My men, the best damn unit I've ever known, move with practiced precision. I see McKinney dragging a wounded soldier to cover, blood streaking the dirt. "Hammer! We need air support now!" shouts Davis, his voice hoarse from yelling. I grab the radio, fingers slick with sweat and grime. "Eagle 1, this is Hammer. We need an airstrike at coordinates Charlie Tango 7. Now!" The radio crackles. "Roger that, Hammer. Air support en route. ETA is 5 minutes. "Make it 3, I growl, watching the enemy advance through the haze. "We're not gonna last 5. Bullets whiz past, one grazing my shoulder. Pain flares, but I push it aside. "Hold the line!" I bark, moving to cover McKinney and the wounded soldier. My heart pounded, adrenaline surging through my veins. A sharp pain brings me back to the present. The nurse's eyes are on mine, concern etched on her face. "I'm sorry, sir. I just needed to get a blood sample. I didn't want to wake you." I blink, the hospital coming back into focus. "Okay, just hurry up." She nods, not pressing further. She wraps my finger in a Band-Aid. Good as new. Go back to sleep. I tell myself that I'm going to check my medical records when I get out of here, because I swear this shit isn't just some ibuprofen. I find myself drifting back off to sleep, unable to stay awake. I find myself in the dim, smoky back room of Charlie's bar, the air thick with the scent of stale beer and sweat, a place where memories mingled with regret. We were all here for the same reason, a need for something more than the life we left behind. Davis leaned back in his chair, boots propped on the table. "So, what's the plan, Hammer? We gonna sit here and reminisce, or are we actually doing something?" I rubbed my temples, the pounding headache a constant reminder of my last night out. We need structure. Brotherhood. We need a club. McKinney snorted. "A motorcycle club? You serious?" "Damn right, I'm serious," I shot back. "We've been through hell together. We need something to keep us from going back there. We need a purpose." Davis nodded slowly. He's got a point. Civvy life doesn't cut it. We need to belong somewhere. I stood, pacing the room. We start small, local chapters. We ride together, look out for each other. We protect our own. It's not just about bikes. It's about family. "Family?" McKinney's voice dripped with skepticism. "You think slapping a patch on our backs is going to fix everything?" "No," I admitted. "But it's a start." Davis's eyes gleamed with interest. "What's the end game, Hammer?" I paused, considering my words. "We help our brothers. Vets like us. We get them off the streets, out of their heads. We give them a place to belong." McKinney crossed his arms. "And what if they don't want help?" "Then we ride alone," I said, my voice firm. "But I'm betting there are more out there like us, looking for something, anything, to fill the void." Davis nodded, finally putting his boots down. I'm in. What's next? McKinney shook his head, but a small grin tugged at his lips. You're one crazy bastard, Hammer. But count me in. A rapping noise filters in from somewhere in my peripheral. I've been bred to be on alert, so I bring myself out of my fit of slumber and anxiously look around, scanning my surroundings for any signs of danger. Hey, you're okay? You're at St. Douglas Hospital. My name is Zuri, your nurse. A soft voice invades my senses, alerting me to stand down. I pry my heavy eyes open and am met with the deepest dark brown eyes I've ever come across. It was an instant spark, like a live wire had snapped between us. You must be Jackson, she says breathlessly. Jackson Hawkins? Legally, I respond, but most everyone calls me Jax or Hammer. I reposition myself on the bed, the ER's fluorescent lights buzzing above, adding to my growing irritation. How are you feeling? She asks, one eyebrow raised. Better now that you're here with your charming bedside manner, I reply, sitting up. Think you can let me off with a warning this time? She steps closer, her gaze unwavering. Not a chance. You're here for a reason, and I'm not letting you leave until I know you're good to go. I smirk, trying to hide the fact that her determination was actually a bit of a turn-on. Come on, I look at her name tag. Zuri. It's just a scratch. I've had worse paper cuts. Paper cuts generally don't free bleed and leave you limping, she shoots back, crossing her arms. Now sit still so I can do my job. I sigh, letting my shoulders slump a bit. You're really not going to make this easy, are you? Nope, she says, stepping even closer. I can smell the faint scent of her perfume. Something floral, maybe jasmine. And don't think your charm's going to get you out of this. Charm? I ask, feigning innocence. I'm just being honest. Sure you are, she says, grabbing a pair of gloves from the tray. Now tell me exactly what happened. Like I said, some idiot cut me off, I explained, watching her hands as she works. Went down hard, but I'm fine. Just a couple of cuts and bruises. Let me be the judge of that, she replies, her tone all business. Where else are you hurt? I rolled up my sleeve, showing her the cuts on my arm from the road rash. Just here. And your leg? She presses, her eyes scanning me for any signs of discomfort. Nothing major, I say, though the pain is more than I let on. Really? I'm fine. She gives me a look that could cut through steel. I've seen enough tough guys come through here to know when someone's downplaying an injury. Now let me check. I huff, knowing I'm not going to win this one. Fine, but make it quick. She kneels down, her fingers probing gently around my knee. Her touch is cool and steady, a stark contrast to the chaos in my head. You've got some swelling, she says. Probably a minor sprain. I can walk it off, I insist, trying to stand. Sit, she orders, her tone leaving no room for argument. I'm getting an ice pack. I watch her go, a mix of frustration and admiration swirling inside me. She returns quickly, pressing the cold pack against my knee. The chill bites into my skin, but it feels good, like a wake-up call. Keep this on for at least 15 minutes, she instructs. I'll be back shortly to stitch up those places on your arm. Don't make me alert security to be on the lookout for a big buff biker who is trying to escape because he's scared of needles, she says with a smile and a smirk. Yes, ma'am, I respond, as if I'd be going anywhere else right now.
Chapter 3. Zuri. I step back into the tiny ER room. Jack sits on the bed, his large body barely fitting on the hospital bed. His steel blue eyes lock onto mine, and that cocky smile spreads across his face. Back again? Can't get enough of me? He teases, flexing his muscles as if to prove a point. Ignoring the flutter in my stomach, I pick up his chart. Someone's got to make sure you don't fall apart, I shoot back, keeping my tone professional. Hold still. He shifts slightly, wincing as he moves his arm. Don't need babysitting, sweetheart. I roll my eyes, stepping closer to check his vitals. Last time I checked, sweetheart, babysitters didn't deal with 6'2" muscleheads who think they're invincible. Touché. His voice carries a hint of amusement. He watches me intently as I press the stethoscope to his chest. The steady thump of his heart reverberates through the cold metal, sending a shiver up my spine. Take a deep breath, I instruct, trying to ignore the heat radiating off him. I can't. Your beauty has me short of breath, he says with a cheesy grin. I bet you get all the ladies with that line, I say with an eye roll. Deep breath one more time. He complies, the rise and fall of his chest mesmerizing. So what's the verdict, Doc? I'm not a doctor, I correct, jotting down his pulse rate. And you're lucky you didn't break anything. Good to know I'm still in one piece. He leans back, the smirk never leaving his face. You always this tough on your patients? Only the ones who think they can charm their way out of treatment, I reply, moving to check his blood pressure. His arm is solid under my touch, the skin warm and tanned. You think I'm charming? He grins, clearly enjoying himself. I think you're a pain in the gluteus maximus, I counter, tightening the cuff around his bicep. Now, stop talking. He chuckles but falls silent. The room fills with the hum of the blood pressure monitor, and I can feel his eyes on me the entire time. It's distracting, but I keep my focus. No way I'm letting him get under my skin. Numbers look good, I say, scribbling down the results. You're free to go once I stitch these up. Sweet. Can't wait to get back on my bike. He swings his legs off the bed, ready to bolt. Crap, I'll be right back. I dart out of Jax's room, cursing myself for forgetting betadine. As I weave through the busy ER, a mother and her young son catch my eye. The boy clutches a worn teddy bear, his wide eyes scanning the chaotic scene. The mother, frazzled and exhausted, tries to comfort him, but her own worry seeps through. A pang of recognition hits me. The memory is vivid. Me, around the same age, clinging to my own worn-out toy, while my mom tried to hold everything together. The constant worry about bills, the empty chair at the dinner table where my father should have been. The echoes of my mother's tired sighs and whispered prayers fill my mind. Shaking it off, I grab the kit and head back. As I approach Jax's room, voices filter through the slightly ajar door. Damn it, Jax, we can't keep doing this. The club's on the line. The voice is gruff, urgent. We'll handle it, like we always do, Jax responds, his tone steely. I hesitate, not wanting to eavesdrop but unable to move. The conversation pulls me in. You're too damn stubborn. This isn't a battlefield, it's club business. We need a plan. Jax's voice softens, but the authority remains. And we have one. Trust me. A heavy sigh follows. Fine, but if this goes south, it's on you. Jax chuckles, though there's no humor in it. It's always on me, brother. I push the door open, making my presence known. Jax and the other biker, a hulking figure with a shaved head and a leather vest, turn to me. The tension in the room is palpable. Sorry to interrupt, but I need to stitch you up, I say, holding up the kit. Out, Jax barks, his voice commanding. Now. The biker's gaze lingers on me for a moment longer, before he turns on his heel and heads for the exit. I step aside, watching him go, and then look back at Jax. He's standing, towering over the bed, his fists clenched at his sides. Everything okay? I ask, trying to keep my tone neutral, but the curiosity slips through. Just some club business, he says, brushing it off like it's nothing, but I can see the tension in his jaw, the tightness in his shoulders. I finish stitching up Jax's arm, the sterile thread weaving neatly through his skin. He winces, then scowls, trying to hide the discomfort behind that tough exterior. Hold still, I say softly. You're only making it worse. Easy for you to say, he grumbles. You're not the one getting sewn up like a damn rag doll. I pause, needle in hand, and glare at him. Would you like me to get someone else to finish you up? His eyes narrow, but then he lets out a sigh. No, do your thing. Thank you, I mutter, resuming my work. The smell of iodine mixes with the faint scent of his cologne, an oddly comforting combination. Jax's tension slowly eases, the fight draining out of him. I know you're just doing your job, he says, almost apologetic. It's just hospitals. They get to me. I glance up, surprised by the honesty. You're not the only one, but I promise I'm not here to torture you. Just trying to patch you up so you can get back to whatever it is you do. He chuckles, a low sound that rumbles in his chest. Believe me, this is a vacation compared to that. Sounds like you've got your hands full, I reply, tying off the final stitch. You have no idea, he says, shaking his head. But I wouldn't trade it for anything. We fall into a comfortable silence as I clean the wound and apply a fresh bandage. His skin is warm under my fingers, the steady rhythm of his breathing calming. The chaos of the ER fades into the background, leaving just the two of us in this moment. There, I say, stepping back and stripping off my gloves. All done. Try to keep it clean and dry, and come back if you notice any signs of infection. Jax stands, rolling his shoulder experimentally. You did good, Nurse Jackson. Zuri, I correct, feeling a small smile tug at my lips. Just Zuri. He nods, that familiar smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. All right, Zuri, thanks. Don't mention it, I say, turning to tidy up. Follow up with your discharge paperwork at the front desk. Oh, and remember, no writing for at least a day. Yeah, he mutters, but there's no bite to it. We'll see. As he walks out, I catch myself watching him again. There's something about Jax Hawkins that gets under my skin in a way I can't quite explain. But for now, I push it aside and get back to work.
Chapter 4. Jax. I step out of the ER room, feeling the cool air hit my skin as the door swings shut behind me. The antiseptic smell clings to me, a stark contrast to the oil and leather scent I'm used to. Damn hospital. Never liked him. Never will. Hey, Jax! A voice calls from the waiting room down the hall. It's one of the Iron Wolves, Joe. You good to go? Yeah, all patched up, I say, flexing my shoulder to test Zuri's handiwork. Feels tight, but solid. She's got skills. Let's get you out of here then, Joe says, but I find myself hesitating. I scan the hallway, looking for a glimpse of dark curls and fierce eyes. Zuri. She's got to be around here somewhere, right? Maybe finishing up paperwork or tending to another patient. But she's nowhere to be seen. The bustling nurses and doctors pass by, ignoring the big biker loitering in their domain. You coming or what? Joe asks, impatience creeping into his tone. Yeah, in a sec, I mutter. My feet refuse to move. What the hell's wrong with me? She's just a nurse. A damn good one, sure, but I shouldn't be lingering like some lovesick puppy. I run a hand through my hair, trying to shake off the annoyance creeping up my spine. What's the holdup, man? Joe steps closer, lowering his voice. We got business to handle. Yeah, I say, more to myself than him. Just thought I'd say thanks. For what? Joe looks at me like I've lost it. For patching me up, I snap, finally moving toward the exit. My boots thud against the polished floor, each step heavier than the last. The automatic doors whoosh open, and the noise of the hospital fades behind me. Outside, the sun's setting, casting long shadows across the parking lot. My bike sits there, a gleaming black beast waiting to roar back to life. I swing a leg over, the leather seat familiar and comforting. "Let's roll," I say, but my mind's still on Zuri. Those eyes, that no-nonsense attitude. She stood her ground against me, and damn if that didn't make her even more attractive. "Finally," Joe grumbles, kicking his bike to life. The engines roar, drowning out any lingering thoughts. Zuri's voice echoes in my mind. "Don't ride for a few days, Jax. You need to heal." I scoff. Heal? Like I got time for that. We got an emergency meeting, and I'm the president. Can't exactly show weakness now, can I? I kinda wish she'd walk out of the hospital, see me, and scold me again. That fire in her eyes, the way she stands her ground. But she doesn't. She's probably busy saving more lives. And here I am, running headlong into chaos. I rev my bike and take off, the wind whipping past, but the nagging pull toward her doesn't let up. As we hit the highway, the city lights blur around us. I push the bike harder, trying to outrun the feeling. But it clings to me like a shadow. I don't even know her last name, but she's got me twisted up inside. Fuck, I mutter under my breath, annoyed at myself. I've faced down enemies, led men into battle, and here I am, undone by a woman. This is not how I operate. For the first time in a long while, I wonder if maybe there's more to life than the club and the chaos. But that's a problem for another day. Right now, I've got a job to do and a brotherhood to lead. I can't afford distractions, even if they're wrapped up in a package as tempting as Zuri. I pull up to the clubhouse, the familiar scent of leather and engine oil hitting me as I park my bike. The heavy steel door creaks open, and the low murmur of voices reaches my ears. The tension's thick. Something's up. "Hey, Hammer," Axel greets me as I step inside. "You good?" "Peachy," I reply, pushing past him. The bar area is crowded, bottles clinking, the mirror behind reflecting a room full of hardened faces. I make my way to the church room, the heart of our operations. The round table waits, the club's logo inlaid in the center. My seat, marked with a patch of my own design, is empty. The chatter dies down as I enter. Eyes follow me, assessing. I nod, taking my seat. As I sit back in my chair at the head of the table, the weight heavy on my shoulders. My guys settle in, eyes fixed on me, waiting for the next move. The room's thick with tension, the kind that buzzes just under the skin. We've got a problem, and everyone knows it. "All right," I say, leaning forward. "Let's talk about these vipers." Mac grunts. "Those bastards have been riding through our turf like they own the place. Saw 'em near JD's bar last night." "JD's?" I slam my fist on the table. "That's our goddamn spot." "Tell me about it," Axel chimes in, shaking his head. "Heard they're trying to recruit from our usual haunts. Been making deals with some of the local gangs, too." "Deals?" I snarl. "What kind of deals?" "Word is they're offering protection," Max says, crossing his arms. "Trying to push us out, make us look weak." "Weak?" I spit the word out like it's poison. "They think they can muscle us out of our own backyard?" "Looks that way," Axel says. "Had a couple of our prospects approached by those scumbags. Promised him more cash, more action." "Traitors," I mutter, my blood boiling. "Anyone bite?" "Not yet," Axel replies. "But they're trying hard. We can't ignore it." I take a deep breath, trying to keep the rage in check. "All right, here's what we're gonna do. We double our patrols, make our presence known. Anyone sees a viper, you let them know they're not welcome." "Got it," Max says, his eyes steely. "But what about the deals? We can't let them undermine us." "We need to hit them where it hurts," I say, my mind racing. "Find out who they're dealing with. Cut off their supply lines. And if any of our guys even think about switching sides, you bring them to me." "Understood," Axel says. "But what if it gets ugly?" I lean back, a cold smile on my lips. Then we show 'em why we're called the Iron Wolves. We don't back down. Ever. The room falls silent, the weight of my words sinking in. The guys nod, determination etched on their faces. We've faced worse before, and we've come out on top. The Vipers don't know what they've started. Meeting adjourned, I say, standing up. Keep your eyes open and your blades sharp. We've got a war to win. As I step out of the room, the adrenaline's still pumping. The scent of leather and oil mingles with the faintest whiff of hospital antiseptic that clings to me. Zuri's face flashes in my mind again, and I push it aside. No time for distractions. Not now. The club's counting on me, and I won't let them down. The Vipers want to fight. They've got one. I head out to the bar, grabbing a cold beer. The chill seeps through my hand, grounding me. The guys are already dispersing, heading out to handle their assignments. I take a long swig, the bitter taste a reminder that this is my world. The Iron Wolves come first. Always. I ride home, the engines roar a soothing balm against the thoughts swirling in my head. The city lights blur as I navigate through Austin's streets, heading toward my apartment. It's a modest place, a far cry from the mansion I grew up in. But it's mine, my sanctuary, or at least, it's supposed to be. I park the bike and head inside, the cold metal of the door handle biting against my skin. The apartment's dark and quiet, the only sound the hum of the fridge. I flick on the light, the stark brightness revealing the emptiness of the place. No photos, no personal touches, just the bare essentials. I shrug off my jacket, the leather creaking as I toss it onto the couch. The silence is deafening, a stark contrast to the chaos of the clubhouse. I head to the kitchen, grabbing a beer from the fridge. The cold bottle feels good in my hand, grounding me. I take a long swig, the bitterness of familiar comfort. I flop onto the couch, the cushions sagging under my weight. The apartment feels colder than usual, the walls closing in. I turn on the TV, the news blaring about some political scandal. I mute it, the silence rushing back in. My mind drifts again to Zuri, her fierce eyes and no-nonsense attitude. She's different, strong, the kind of woman who stands her ground, even against someone like me. I chuckle, remembering how she snapped at me in the ER. Damn, she's got fire. But thoughts of her only make the emptiness of the apartment more glaring. I finish the beer and head to bed, the mattress stiff and unyielding. I close my eyes, but sleep doesn't come easy. The dreams start almost immediately. The sounds of gunfire, the smell of burning rubber. I'm back in the desert, leading my squad through enemy territory. The heat's oppressive, the sun beating down mercilessly. We're under fire, bullets whizzing past. I shout orders, my voice hoarse from the dust and fear. Then the scene shifts. I'm back in the hospital, the sterile smell of antiseptic filling my nostrils. Zuri's there, her hands steady as she stitches me up. But then the walls close in, the beeping of machines morphing into the shrill sound of incoming mortar fire. I jerk awake, my heart pounding, sweat soaking the sheets. I sit up, running a hand through my hair. The apartment's dark, the shadows playing tricks on my mind. I take a deep breath, trying to calm the racing thoughts. But the dreams keep coming, each one more vivid than the last. Each one dragging me back to places I'd rather forget. I wake up again, the sheets tangled around me, my skin cold and clammy. The memories are relentless, clawing at the edges of my mind. I get up, pacing the small space of the apartment, the floor cold under my bare feet. The city outside is quiet, the distant hum of traffic the only sound. I lean against the window, the glass cool against my forehead. The city lights twinkle in the distance, a stark contrast to the darkness inside. I can't keep going like this. Something's gotta give. But for now, all I can do is try to push the memories back. Try to find some semblance of peace in the chaos. I head back to bed, knowing sleep won't come easy. But I lie down anyway, hoping for a few moments of rest before the dreams come crashing back in.
Chapter 5. Zuri. The clinic smells like antiseptic and hope. The waiting room is packed, every chair taken by someone who can't afford regular health care. I step inside, a mix of nerves and excitement coursing through me. This is what I've worked for. "Hey, you must be Zuri," a woman in scrubs says, approaching with a smile. "I'm Maria. Let's get you settled." "Nice to meet you, Maria. Where do you need me?" She leads me to a small exam room. "We're short-staffed, so you'll be handling patients solo. Think you can manage?" I grin. "Bring it on." The first patient is a young boy, maybe 8 years old, with a nasty cut on his forehead. His mom's holding his hand, her face lined with worry. "Hi there, I'm Zuri. What happened?" "He fell off his bike," the mom explains, her voice tight. "Is he gonna need stitches?" I take a closer look, gently cleaning the wound. "It's not too deep. Some butterfly bandages should do the trick." The boy flinches as I apply the bandages, but I distract him with questions about his bike. He's a trooper, and soon enough, he's patched up and smiling. "Thanks, Zuri," the mom says, relief evident in her eyes. "No problem. Keep an eye on it, and if it gets worse, come back." Next up is an elderly man with a cough that rattles his chest. He's wheezing, each breath a struggle. "How long have you had this cough?" I ask, listening to his lungs with my stethoscope. "Feels like forever," he croaks. "Any fever? Night sweats?" He nods, looking worn out. I suspect pneumonia and get him started on antibiotics, advising him to rest and drink plenty of fluids. "Take care of yourself, all right?" He gives me a grateful nod. "Thank you, miss." By mid-afternoon, I'm in a rhythm, seeing patient after patient. Each one has a story, a struggle, a single mom with a feverish baby, a construction worker with a sprained ankle, an exhausted waitress with chronic back pain. I treat them all, my heart breaking a little with each new case. A young woman walks in, clutching her side, her shirts stained with blood. "What happened?" I ask, guiding her to the exam table. "Got into a fight," she mutters, wincing. I carefully lift her shirt, revealing a deep gash. "This needs stitches. Hold still." As I work, she talks, her voice shaky. "I'm trying to get out, away from the gangs." "You're strong. You can do it," I say, focusing on her wound. She laughs bitterly. "Easier said than done." I finish the stitches, giving her a reassuring smile. "You've already taken the first step by coming here. Keep going." By the end of the day, I'm exhausted but fulfilled. Each patient reminds me why I chose this path. As I clean up, Maria pops her head in. "You did great today, Zuri." "Thanks, Maria. It feels good to help." She nods. "See you next week?" Wouldn't miss it. As I leave the clinic, the sun setting over the rough neighborhood, I feel a sense of purpose. This is where I belong, making a difference, one patient at a time. The distant sound of shouting pulls me from my thoughts. I glance out the clinic window and see a group of men arguing, their voices rising above the usual hum of the neighborhood. I recognize the colors on their jackets, vipers. Great, just what we need. "Maria, call security," I say, heading for the door. "Be careful, Zuri," she warns, but I'm already outside, the late afternoon sun casting long shadows on the cracked pavement. The vipers are in a heated argument with another group. Tension crackles in the air, and I can feel the hostility like a physical presence. Just as I'm about to intervene, the roar of motorcycles drowns out the shouts. The Iron Wolves have arrived, led by none other than Jax Hawkins. "Back off, assholes!" Jax growls, dismounting his bike. His steel blue eyes scan the crowd, locking on to the vipers. One of the vipers sneers. "This ain't your turf, Hawkins." "It is now," Jax replies, his voice steady. Get lost before this gets ugly. The Vipers hesitate, exchanging uncertain glances. It's clear they're outnumbered, and Jax's reputation precedes him. With a few muttered curses, they slink away, the tension dissipating with their retreat. Jax turns to me, a slight smirk playing on his lips. You all right? I nod, crossing my arms. I had it under control. Sure you did, he says, his tone teasing. But just in case, the clinic's under our protection now. I raise an eyebrow. And why would you do that? Because, he steps closer, his presence commanding. I respect what you do here, and because I can. I roll my eyes, but there's a warmth spreading in my chest. Thanks, I guess. He chuckles. You're welcome. Now get back inside before you catch a bullet. I can't help but laugh. Fine, bossy. Throughout the rest of my shift, I can't stop stealing glances at him. He's stationed himself outside, leaning against his bike, keeping an eye on things. Every now and then I catch him looking back at me, a thoughtful expression on his face. I finish stitching up a patient and peek out the window again. He's still there, unwavering. It's both comforting and distracting. As I wrap up my shift, I step outside, the evening air cool against my skin. Still here? I ask, walking up to him. Just making sure the Vipers don't come back, he says, straightening up. I nod, feeling a strange mix of gratitude and annoyance. Well, thanks for that, but I can take care of myself. I don't doubt it, he replies, his eyes twinkling. But sometimes, even the toughest need a little backup. Maybe, I admit, a smile tugging at my lips. But don't get used to it. He laughs, a deep, genuine sound that makes my heart skip a beat. Wouldn't dream of it, Nurse Zuri. As I walk back inside, I can't shake the feeling that things just got a whole lot more complicated. But for now, I'm grateful for the unexpected protection and the intriguing man who offered it. After my shift, I step outside and immediately notice the motorcycles lined up like sleek predators waiting to pounce. Their chrome gleams under the setting sun, and for a moment, I just stand there, admiring the craftsmanship. They do look fun, and I can't help but imagine what it'd be like to ride one, wind whipping through my hair. You like what you see? Jax's voice breaks through my thoughts. He's suddenly beside me, that signature smirk playing on his lips. I shrug, trying to play it cool. They're all right, I guess. Ever ridden before? He asks, his eyes twinkling with mischief. I shake my head. Nope, never had the chance. Well, he says, stepping closer. There's a first time for everything. How about a ride? My immediate reaction is to say no, but there's something about his confidence that's infectious. I don't know. Come on, Nurse Zuri, he teases. What's life without a little adventure? I hesitate, biting my lip. You promise not to get me killed? Scout's honor, he says, raising a hand. Besides, you'll be with me. What's the worst that could happen? I roll my eyes but feel a smile creeping up. Fine, but if I end up in the ER, I'm holding you personally responsible. He laughs, a sound that sends a shiver down my spine. Deal. Jax hands me a helmet, and I can't help but notice how close we are. His scent, leather, and something distinctly him, fills my senses. I strap on the helmet, and he mounts the bike, patting the seat behind him. Hop on. I climb on, awkwardly at first, then settle in. My arms instinctively wrap around his waist and he chuckles. Hold on tight. The engine roars to life, vibrating beneath me. It's exhilarating and terrifying all at once. We pull out onto the road, and the city blurs around us. The wind rushes past, and I can't help but laugh. It's freedom like I've never felt before. We ride through the city, weaving in and out of traffic, and for a while, I forget everything else. It's just us, the bike, and the open road. Jax takes us down quieter streets, and the pace slows, giving me a chance to take it all in. "How you holding up back there?" he calls over his shoulder. "Loving it," I shout back, the adrenaline making my heart race. He laughs again and we ride on. The city lights twinkling as dusk turns to night. It's a perfect escape, and I realize maybe, just maybe, I needed this more than I thought.
Chapter 6. Jax. The roar of the engine vibrates through me as I rev the throttle, the wind whipping past us. Zuri's arms tighten around my waist, her grip firm but not panicked. I can feel the warmth of her body pressed against my back, and for a moment, the world narrows down to just this, the road ahead and the woman behind me. "Enjoying the ride?" I shout over my shoulder, my voice barely carrying over the noise. "More than I thought I would," she yells back, and I can hear the smile in her voice. I grin and twist the throttle harder, the bike surging forward. We weave through the hill country, the landscape a blur of green and gold. The scent of wildflowers mixes with the sharp tang of motor oil, a heady combination that makes my heart race. The road curves ahead, and I lean into the turn, feeling Zuri's body move with mine. She's a natural. I'll give her that. "You've got a steady hand," she comments, her voice steady despite the speed. "Years of practice," I reply, a hint of pride in my tone. "You're not too bad yourself. Ever thought about getting your own bike?" She laughs, the sound vibrating through me. I've got enough on my plate without adding motorcycle lessons. I smirk, imagining her in a leather jacket, hair flying in the wind. "You'd look good on one." "I bet you say that to all the girls," she teases, but there's a playful edge to her words. "Only the ones I take for a ride," I shoot back, and she laughs again, the sound infectious. We ride in comfortable silence for a while, the scenery changing from rolling hills to dense woods. The sun starts to dip below the horizon, casting long shadows across the road. The air cools, and I feel Zuri's arms tighten around me again, seeking warmth. "Cold?" I ask, slowing down a bit. "A little," she admits, her voice softer now. "Hang on," I say, and take a turn down a smaller road. It's a shortcut, one I've taken 100 times. The trees close in around us, the scent of pine and earth filling the air. The bike rumbles beneath us, the only sound in the quiet evening. "Where are we going?" she asks, curiosity piqued. "Trust me," I reply, and after a moment she nods against my back. We emerge from the trees into a small clearing, a perfect view of the sunset laid out before us. I kill the engine, the sudden silence almost deafening. "Wow," she breathes, sliding off the bike. "This is beautiful." "Thought you might like it," I say, joining her. We stand there for a moment, watching the sky turn shades of orange and pink. Her hand brushes against mine, and I resist the urge to pull her closer. "This is the part where you tell me it's all part of the service," she says, a teasing lilt in her voice. I chuckle. "Maybe. Or maybe I just wanted to share this with you." She looks up at me, her dark eyes reflecting the fading light. "Thanks, Jax, for the ride. And this." "Anytime, Zuri," I say, my voice low. "Anytime." The sun dips lower, painting the sky in shades of gold and crimson. I can't remember the last time I took a moment to just be. Zuri stands beside me, her eyes wide as she takes in the view. "You bring all your dates here?" she asks, her tone light but with a hint of genuine curiosity. "Nah, this spot's special," I reply, leaning against my bike. "Only bring people who matter." She looks at me, a soft smile playing on her lips. "So, I matter?" "More than you know," I say, surprising myself with the honesty. It's not like me to get sappy, but something about her makes me want to be real. She crosses her arms, her gaze never leaving mine. Why, Jax, you don't even know me. True, I admit, pushing off the bike and stepping closer. But I want to. Zuri's eyes flicker with something I can't quite place. Curiosity, maybe, or caution. You're a hard man to read, Jax Hawkins. Good. Keeps people on their toes. She chuckles, shaking her head. You're something else, you know that? I take another step, closing the distance between us. Yeah, but you're not exactly easy to figure out either, Zuri Jackson. Her smile fades a bit, replaced by a more serious expression. Life's complicated. I've learned to keep my guard up. I get that, I say, my voice low. But sometimes you gotta let people in. She looks down, her fingers tracing patterns in the dirt. Easier said than done. I reach out, gently lifting her chin so she meets my gaze. I'm not asking for everything. Just a chance. She searches my eyes, and for a moment, I think she might bolt. But then she nods. A small, almost imperceptible movement. Okay. A chance. I release her chin, the warmth of her skin lingering on my fingertips. That's all I need. We stand there in silence, the sounds of the night starting to creep in, the rustle of leaves, the distant call of a bird. The tension between us is electric, crackling in the cool evening air. So, what now? She asks, breaking the silence. Now, I say. We watch the sunset. She laughs, a soft, genuine sound that makes my chest tighten. Simple, but I like it. We sit down on the grass, side by side, our shoulders brushing. The world around us fades away, leaving just the two of us and the slowly darkening sky. As the last rays of sunlight disappear, I feel a strange sense of peace. For the first time in a long time, I'm not thinking about the club, the Vipers, or the past. It's just me and Zuri, sharing a moment that feels like the beginning of something real. Thanks, Jax, she whispers, her voice barely audible. For what? For this. For everything. I turn to her, our faces inches apart. Anytime, Zuri. Anytime. Zuri shifts beside me, the rustle of grass filling the quiet. So, tell me about the Iron Wolves, she says, her voice tentative yet curious. What's the story there? I lean back on my elbows, the cool ground seeping through my shirt. The Iron Wolves, huh? You sure you want to know? She nods, her eyes fixed on mine, unwavering. Yeah, I do. All right, I say, exhaling deeply. I started the club a few years back, after I got out of the army. Her brow furrows slightly. The army? Yeah, I continue, staring up at the darkening sky. Did a few tours overseas. Saw a lot of shit that messes with your head. Coming back was rough. She's silent, waiting for me to go on. I couldn't adjust to normal life. The noise, the crowds, the mundane crap. None of it made sense anymore. I needed something to ground me. I pause, the memories pressing in. So, I got together with some of the guys I served with. We were all struggling, all looking for something. That's how the Iron Wolves were born. Her gaze is steady, absorbing my words. And it helped. More than I can say, I admit. The club gave us purpose. We watch each other's backs, keep each other in check. It's not just about the bikes or the bars. It's about brotherhood, family. She leans closer, her knee brushing mine. You've built something real, something that matters. I nod, a small smile tugging at my lips. Yeah, I guess we have. Zuri's eyes soften, and for a moment I see something vulnerable in her expression. I get it, she says quietly. Wanting to find a place where you belong, where people understand you. I glance at her, intrigued. Sounds like you're speaking from experience. She shrugs, looking away. Growing up wasn't easy. My mom did her best, but we were always scraping by. I had to fight for everything I have. It's why I became a nurse, to make a difference, to help others find their place. Looks like we've got more in common than I thought, I say, the realization settling in. She smiles, a genuine one that lights up her face. Yeah, maybe we do. We sit in companionable silence, the night air cooling around us. The distant hum of crickets and the occasional rustle of leaves create a serene backdrop, a stark contrast to the chaos we both know so well. So what's next for the Iron Wolves? She asks, breaking the silence. Dealing with some rival MC trying to muscle in on our turf, I say, my jaw tightening. The Vipers. They're trouble, but we'll handle it. Her hand rests on mine, warm and reassuring. I have no doubt you will. I look at her, the connection between us palpable. Thanks, Zuri, for listening, for understanding. She squeezes my hand, her touch grounding me in a way I haven't felt in years. Anytime, Jax, anytime. I lean in, close enough to feel the warmth of her breath against my skin. The scent of wildflowers and motor oil hangs in the air, mingling with the cool night breeze. Zuri's eyes lock onto mine, dark and inviting, drawing me in like a moth to a flame. My hand reaches up, gently brushing a stray curl from her face. Jax, she whispers, her voice a mix of hesitation and something else, something I can't quite place. Yeah? I murmur, my gaze dropping to her lips. This is... She trails off, her fingers lightly tracing the lines of my jaw. Her touch sends a shiver down my spine, igniting a fire in my chest. Right, I finish for her, inching closer. It feels right. She swallows, her eyes flickering with uncertainty. But... No buts, I say, my voice firm but gentle. Just this moment. Our faces are so close now I can see every fleck of gold in her eyes. The tension between us is electric, a tangible force that makes the air crackle. I can almost taste her lips, can almost feel the softness of her skin against mine. It's a moment suspended in time, a heartbeat away from something real. But then she pulls back, breaking the spell. The loss of her warmth is immediate, a cold void where she used to be. Zuri? I ask, my voice tinged with confusion and a hint of frustration. What's wrong? She shakes her head, looking down at her hands. I can't, Jax, not like this. Why not? I demand, my tone sharper than I intend. What's holding you back? She takes a deep breath, meeting my gaze with a mixture of regret and resolve. It's not you. It's me. My life. It's complicated. I can't just dive into something like this without thinking. I let out a slow exhale, trying to rein in the frustration boiling inside me. I get it. Life's a mess, but sometimes you gotta take a leap. She smiles, a sad, wistful smile that tugs at something deep inside me. I know, but I need time to figure things out. Time, I repeat, the word heavy on my tongue. All right, but don't take too long, Zuri. Some things are worth the risk. She nods, her eyes softening. I know, and thank you, Jax, for understanding. I give her a small, reluctant smile. Anytime. We sit there in silence, the night closing in around us. The moment is gone, but the connection remains, a fragile thread that binds us together. I don't know what the future holds, but I do know one thing. I'm not letting go of this without a fight. The ride back to Zuri's place is quiet, the engine's hum filling the gaps where words should be. I keep my eyes on the road, but my mind's a mess of thoughts. Zuri's arms around my waist feel too damn good, too right. I never expected to feel this way about anyone, especially not so fast. We pull up in front of her apartment building, and I cut the engine. She slides off the bike, her fingers lingering on my arm a second longer than necessary. Thanks for the ride, Jax, she says. her voice soft but steady. "Anytime," I reply, swinging my leg over to stand beside her. "You sure you're okay?" She nods, a small smile playing on her lips. "Yeah, just a lot to process." "Tell me about it," I mutter, running a hand through my hair. "You want me to walk you up?" "No need. I'm good," she says, but there's something in her eyes that tells me she wouldn't mind the company. "All right," I say, stepping closer. "But if you need anything, you know where to find me." She laughs softly. "I do. Thanks, Jax." We stand there for a moment, the night air cool around us. Her hand reaches out, lightly brushing my arm. "Tonight was nice." "Yeah," I agree, my voice low. "It was." She looks up at me, her dark eyes searching mine. "This thing between us, it's complicated." "Life's complicated," I reply, my hand covering hers. "Doesn't mean it's not worth it." She smiles, a real one this time, and it feels like a victory. "You're right. It doesn't." I lean in, close enough to feel her breath on my skin. "Good night, Zuri." "Good night, Jax," she whispers, her fingers lingering on mine before she turns to head inside. I watch her go, my mind still reeling. I faced down enemies, led men into battle. But this is a whole different kind of challenge. One I'm not sure I'm ready for, but one I can't walk away from either. As I get back on my bike, the engine's roar fills the empty space she left behind. I take off, the wind whipping past me, but it doesn't clear my head. Thoughts of Zuri, of her laugh, her smile, her touch, keep circling back. I need to figure this out. I need to figure her out. And I need to do it soon, because something tells me she's not the kind of woman you let slip away.
Chapter 7. Zuri. I swing my leg off the bike, my heart still hammering from the ride. The wind tousled my hair, leaving it wild and free, just like the feeling of speeding through the hill country. Jax watches me with those piercing steel blue eyes, and I can't help but notice how effortlessly sexy he looks, straddling his motorcycle. He's got this whole rugged, untamed vibe that just works. He kills the engine and dismounts, sticking his hands in his pockets as he saunters toward my front door. I hesitate, confusion bubbling up inside me. "What do you think you're doing?" He shrugs, a hint of a smirk playing on his lips. "Walking you to your door." "Chivalry isn't dead, you know." I pause, feeling a little guilty for jumping to conclusions. "Sorry, I thought..." "Thought what?" He steps closer, eyes narrowing with curiosity. "That you had other intentions," I admit, my voice barely above a whisper. "Other intentions?" He chuckles, the sound deep and rumbling. "What kind of guy do you think I am?" I cross my arms, trying to maintain some semblance of control. "The kind who rides a motorcycle and runs an MC. You can't blame me for being cautious." "Fair enough," he says, raising his hands in mock surrender. "But tonight, I'm just a guy making sure you get home safe." The sincerity in his eyes makes my heart skip a beat. "Well, thanks. I appreciate it." "Don't mention it," he replies, his voice softening. Standing here with Jax, I can't deny the pull I feel toward him. We reach my front door and I fumble with my keys, suddenly hyper-aware of his presence. "You don't have to wait. I can handle it from here." "Sure you can," he says, leaning against the doorframe. "But I'll stay until you're inside. Call it a habit." I fumble with my keys, the awkward silence between us growing thicker by the second. I can feel his eyes on me, and it makes my skin tingle. Finally, the lock clicks open and I push the door ajar. The warm, familiar scent of home envelops me, but something about standing here with Jax feels strangely intimate. Clearing my throat, I glance at him. Do you, want to come in? For a drink or something? His eyes soften, and for a moment, I think he might say yes. But then he shakes his head. I can't. Why not? I ask, trying to mask the disappointment creeping into my voice. Got club business to handle? He says, his tone firm but not unkind. And it's late. I nod, trying to play it cool, but inside, I'm a mess of emotions. Right, of course. Duty calls. Something like that, he mutters, looking past me into the dimly lit hallway of my apartment. It's not that I don't want to, Zuri. I'm trying my best to be a gentleman and respect your boundaries. I bite my lip, unsure of what to say next. The logical part of me knows he's got responsibilities, but the emotional part of me is stinging from the rejection. I appreciate that. Well, thanks for the ride. He takes a step back, giving me a long, lingering look. Anytime. Really? I challenge, raising an eyebrow. You say that to all the girls you give rides to? He smirks, but there's something serious in his eyes. You're not like the others. What makes you so sure? I ask, crossing my arms and leaning against the doorframe. Just take my word for it, he says, almost reverently. I can't help but smile at that. Guess I'll take that as a compliment. You should, he replies, his smirk turning into a genuine smile. I'll see you around, Zuri. Yeah, I say, my voice softer now. See you around, Jax. He turns and walks back to his bike, the moonlight casting shadows across his broad shoulders. I watch him for a moment, feeling a strange mix of hope and frustration. I close the door, my heart still racing, my mind a whirlwind of thoughts. Why did I feel so drawn to him? And why did his refusal sting so much? I take a deep breath, trying to steady myself. Get it together, Zuri, I whisper to myself. I lean against the door, trying to catch my breath. When there's a knock, I freeze, my hand on the doorknob, wondering if I imagined it. Another knock follows, more insistent. I open the door and there he is, standing there with that intense gaze. Does the invite still stand? Jax asks, his voice low and serious. I bite my lip, nodding before I can second-guess myself. Yeah, it does. He doesn't hesitate. Jax steps inside, closing the door behind him, and before I can react, his lips are on mine. It's not a tentative kiss. It's full of urgency and heat. His hands find my waist, pulling me closer, and I can't help but melt into him. The feel of his rough palms against my skin sends shivers down my spine. I wrap my arms around his neck, deepening the kiss. His stubble brushes against my face, adding a delicious roughness to the moment. Our breaths mingle, and the world outside my tiny apartment fades away. He breaks the kiss, his forehead resting against mine. You have no idea how long I've wanted to do that. Pretty sure I have an idea, I whisper, my voice shaky from the intensity of it all. Zuri, Jax says, his voice low and filled with intensity. I left my gentleman card outside your front door. If you don't want me to put to action all the filthy things I want to do to you, you need to tell me to leave right now. The words hang between us, charged with a promise. My mind races, debating, but the heat pooling in my core wins out. I swallow hard and meet his gaze. Second door on the right. He blinks, confusion flashing in his eyes. What? That's my bedroom, I say, my voice steady despite the thundering of my heart. Hell, Zuri, Jax groans, and before I know it, he's got me off the ground. My legs wrap around his waist, and I can't resist planting kisses along his neck, tracing his tattoos with my tongue. His skin tastes like salt and danger. You're killing me, he mutters, his grip tightening on me. If you don't slow down, it's gonna be real embarrassing for me. He sets me down gently, and I step back feeling bolder than ever. Funny, I didn't take you for a man who turned down a challenge. He laughs, a deep, sexy sound that rumbles through the air like a growl, as he rubs his thumb across his bottom lip. I never back down, baby. I step closer, my fingers hovering over his cutter. May I? He nods, and I carefully slide the leather vest off his broad shoulders, folding it and placing it on the ottoman at the foot of the bed. The simple act feels like an unspoken agreement, a surrender of sorts. His eyes never leave mine as I close the distance between us again. The room feels electric, every breath, every heartbeat amplified. I can feel the warmth radiating from his body, and it's intoxicating. I reach for the hem of his shirt, pulling it over his head. His muscles ripple under my touch, and I can't help but admire the intricate tattoos that tell stories I long to hear. You've got some serious ink, I say, tracing a dragon that winds around his bicep. Got him in places you can't see yet, he replies, a wicked grin on his lips. Yet? I challenge, raising an eyebrow. Yet, he confirms, his hands finding my waist again, pulling me flush against him. The heat between us is unbearable, but I don't want it to stop. My hands explore his chest, feeling the hard planes and ridges. I lean in, pressing a kiss to his collarbone, then another to the hollow of his throat. His breath hitches, and it fuels my confidence. Zuri, he murmurs, his voice a strained whisper. Yes, I ask, my lips brushing against his skin. You're driving me insane, he says, his hands tightening on my waist. Good, I reply, my hands moving lower, tracing the lines of his abs. I like the sound of that. Do you now? He asks, a dangerous glint in his eyes. Yeah, I say, meeting his gaze. I do. I'm afraid I have to stop you at the good part. This scene is too intense for YouTube. But you'll want to slide on over to TylaWalker.com with the code SAVE40 to get 40% off and continue this chapter. Let's keep going.
You won't know what hit you, baby. I'm going to take you, break you, and make you mine. And when I'm done, you're...
Now hold on just a minute.
What?
I got something to say.
What's the meaning of this?
Now you may be some fine-looking white boy,
Got that right, baby. It takes hard work.
and you might got the money,
Fat stacks, baby, to spoil you with.
but that doesn't mean I'm going to give it up to you without a fight.
A fight?
You want some limp wilting flowers? Go to historical romance, baby. But you want sassy and spicy strong black queens that tame their alpha male bad boys?
I think our listeners do.
Then you go on and look at Miss Tyla's Bougie Brides and Billionaires audio bundle.
50 hours of me whispering the most romantic things in your ears. Fake marriages, alpha male billionaires, strong black women, steamy scenes that will make your eyes roll back. And everything wrapped up in a happily ever after that will put you in an afterglow.
Use code SAVE40 to get 40% off this bundle and any other digital product in Miss Tyla's store.
Unabridged and uncut.
Just like you,
You're gonna have to find out.
Tyla Walker Romances. Escape your life with sassy romance.
Chapter 8. Jax. The world seems to slow down as I lie here, Zuri nestled against me. Her curves fit into my body like they were made for it. I can't help but run my hand over her smooth skin, feeling the warmth beneath my fingertips. Do you always give patients hell like you did me? I ask, a smirk playing on my lips. She chuckles, her body vibrating against mine. Only the stubborn pig-headed ones who think they're invincible. Ouch, you're vicious, I say, tracing lazy circles on her back as she giggles. Any other funny stories from the ER? She shifts, propping herself up on one elbow. Oh, plenty. Like the guy who came in with a toy car stuck somewhere it shouldn't be. I raise an eyebrow. You've got to be kidding me. Wish I was, she says, grinning. He claimed he sat on it by accident. I laugh, the sound rumbling in my chest. People are nuts. You have no idea. She settles back down, her head resting on my shoulder. What about you? What was your childhood like? I stare at the ceiling, my hand stilling on her skin. Grew up in a wealthy family. You know, the whole 9 yards. Private schools, country clubs, the works. You? Jax Hawkins, a preppy boy? She questions with speculation in her eyes. Yeah, but it was all show, I reply. Dad was more interested in his business than in me. Mom was... well, let's just say she liked her martinis more than her family. That must have been tough, she murmurs, her fingers tracing patterns on my chest. It was what it was, I say, shrugging. That's why I joined the army right out of high school. Needed to get away. Find something real. She looks up at me, her eyes dark and understanding. And did you? Yeah, I did, I say, my voice steady. Found brotherhood, purpose. And when I came back, I started the Iron Wolves, gave other vets a place to belong. She smiles, a genuine warmth in her eyes. You're a good man, Jax. I snort. Don't go spreading that around. I've got a reputation to maintain. Your secret's safe with me, she says, leaning in to kiss my shoulder. We fall into a comfortable silence, her body molding against mine. The room is dim, the only light coming from the moon filtering through the curtains. Her scent fills the air, a mix of vanilla and something uniquely Zuri. Ever think about what comes next? She asks quietly. Sometimes, I admit, but I try to live in the moment. Me too, she whispers, her breath warm against my skin. Zuri's breath evens out, her body relaxed against mine. I can tell she's fallen asleep. Her hair spills over my chest like a dark, tangled waterfall. I run my fingers through it, marveling at the softness. I glance down at her face, peaceful and content. She's got this beauty that's raw and unfiltered, like she doesn't even realize how stunning she is. Her skin is rich and smooth, and I can't resist tracing the line of her jaw with my thumb. As she sleeps beside me, her breath steady and soft, I can't help but feel a gnawing sense of unease. This was stupid, reckless even. I know the dangers that come with my life, the constant threat that looms over everything I care about. Bringing her into this mess, it's a risk I shouldn't take. I slide out of bed carefully, not wanting to wake her. Her skin is warm under my hand as I brush a stray curl from her face. She's too good for this life. Too good for me. I grab my jeans from the floor and head out to the balcony. The night air is cool against my skin, a welcome relief from the heat of the room. I light a cigarette, the flickering flame briefly illuminating the dark. I lean against the railing, the city lights stretching out before me. This is my world. Dangerous, unpredictable, and full of shadows. I can't drag her into it. Hell, she doesn't even know half of what goes on with the Iron Wolves. If she did, she'd run the other way. I take a drag, the smoke filling my lungs. The vipers are getting bolder, pushing into our territory. It's only a matter of time before things get ugly. And when that happens, anyone close to me becomes a target. There's just something about Zuri's feisty nature that draws me in, like a moth to a flame. She's a challenge, and damn if I don't love a good challenge. After my smoke and mini mental breakdown, I step back inside her bedroom. Zuri's breathing is steady and soft, each rise and fall of her chest hypnotic. The moonlight spills through the window, casting her in a silver glow. She looks peaceful, content. But I know this is a mistake. I can't drag her into my world. Moving slowly to avoid waking her, I grab my shirt and squeeze out the cracked bedroom door. My boots are outside her door. I grab them, tiptoeing down the hallway. The hardwood is cold under my feet, grounding me in my decision. This has to be done. In the living room, I sit on the couch to lace up my boots. The room is filled with the faint scent of vanilla, a reminder of her. It makes my chest tighten. Damn it, Jax. Get a grip. I finish with my boots and stand, taking a final look around. This place is cozy, a far cry from the sterile emptiness of my apartment. A framed photo catches my eye. Zuri and an older woman, probably her mom. They're both smiling, genuine and happy, a life untouched by the hellstorm of my world. I shake my head, forcing myself to focus. I can't linger. The front door creaks as I open it, and I wince. I glance back, half expecting to see her standing there, questioning. But the hallway remains empty. I step outside, closing the door with a soft click. The night air is crisp, the distant hum of the city a constant backdrop. I head to my bike, parked a few steps away. The engine purrs to life, a familiar and comforting sound. I glance back at the apartment one last time. A shadow moves behind the curtain, and for a moment I think she's watching. But then it's gone. Just my imagination, playing tricks. I pull away as quietly as possible, the wind whipping through my hair as I speed down the street. The city blurs around me, neon lights and dark alleys blending into a chaotic mess. This is my world, unpredictable, dangerous, and always moving. Zuri deserves better. Better than a guy with a past full of scars and a future filled with uncertainty. Better than someone who can't promise anything but chaos. I push the bike harder, the roar of the engine drowning out my thoughts. The road stretches out before me, endless and unforgiving, just like the life I've chosen.
Chapter 9. Zuri. I wake up, and the first thing I notice is the cold space beside me. The pillow still holds the faintest hint of his scent, leather, and something else that's just Jax. It stings a little, waking up alone, but I convince myself he must have had some club business. Anything to avoid thinking he might regret what we shared. I grab my phone and call Eliza, my childhood best friend, who lives just right outside of town on the Army base with her husband. I need her perspective, her no-nonsense advice. Hey, can we meet at the coffee shop by the hospital tomorrow morning? I ask, trying to keep my voice casual. Of course, girl. Everything okay? Eliza's concern is evident, even through the phone. Yeah, just need to talk. See you at 8. See you then. The next morning, I walk into the coffee shop and spot Eliza already at our usual table, her curly hair pulled into a high bun and 2 steaming cups of coffee in front of her. She looks up and waves me over. Morning, she says, eyeing me carefully. You look tired. I sink into the chair opposite her and let out a heavy sigh. You could say that. Spill. She slides a coffee in my direction, and I stir it, watching the milk swirl into a creamy vortex, trying to find the right words. Eliza, I slept with someone, I blurt out, unable to hold it in any longer. She nearly chokes on her latte. Whoa, back up. You? Little miss, I don't have time for men? I nod, feeling a flush of embarrassment creeping up. Yeah, it's complicated. Eliza leans in, eyes wide with curiosity. Spill the tea, Zuri? Who's the lucky guy? Remember that biker I told you about? The one from the ER? I glance around, making sure no one's listening in. The rough around the edges one with the tattoos? She raises an eyebrow, her expression turning mischievous. No way. You and him? I sigh, the memories of last night flooding back. Yeah, Jax. He came into the clinic where I volunteer, offering his club's protection. We ended up talking, then he took me on a ride. On his bike. Eliza's grin widens. You always said you'd never get on one of those death traps. I know, I admit, feeling a little defensive. But it was freeing. We stopped at this overlook and we talked about his past, the club. There was this connection, you know. Eliza nods, her teasing tone replaced with a genuine interest. And then I invited him in when he dropped me off. I paused, trying to gauge her reaction. We slept together. Eliza's eyes light up. Damn, Zuri, I didn't think you had it in you. I laughed despite myself. Neither did I, but this morning he was gone. No note, nothing. Her expression turned serious. What a dick. How do you feel about that? I shrug, stirring my coffee again. Conflicted. Part of me thinks it's for the best. His life is dangerous, and I have enough on my plate. But you like him, she finishes for me, her tone understanding. Yeah, I think I do. There's just something about him, Eliza. He's tough, but there's this vulnerability underneath. It's like he's seen too much, done too much. Eliza reaches across the table, squeezing my hand. You deserve someone who's all in, Zuri. Don't settle for anything less. I know, I say, though my heart aches a little at the thought. But maybe, just maybe, he'll come around. Eliza's eyebrows shoot up. You're seriously considering getting involved with an MC president? You know that's dangerous, right? I nod, biting my lip. I know. Believe me, I know. But there's something about him. He's not just some thug on a bike. He's complex. Eliza snorts. Complex is just another word for trouble. You know that, right? What if his club business gets him hurt? Or worse? I wince, the image of Jax lying on a hospital bed flashing in my mind. I can't deny that's a possibility, but he's also a good man. He started the club to help vets like him, to give them a purpose. She leans back in her chair, crossing her arms. That's noble and all, but it doesn't erase the fact that he's involved in dangerous activities. You're a full-time nurse pursuing her nurse practitioner license, Zuri. You've got a bright future ahead of you. Do you really want to risk that? I glance around the coffee shop, taking in the hum of conversations and the smell of fresh pastries. No, I don't want to risk my future. But I also don't want to ignore this connection we have. It's rare, Eliza. She sighs, her expression softening. I get that. I really do. But you need to be smart about this. Your life is already complicated enough with your studies and volunteer work. I know, I admit, feeling the weight of her words. Eliza reaches across the table, taking my hand. Just promise me you'll be careful. Don't let your feelings cloud your judgment. I squeeze her hand, appreciating her concern. I promise. I'll be careful. But I can't just walk away from this. Not yet. She nods, though her eyes still hold a trace of worry. Okay, just remember, I'm here for you, no matter what. Thanks, Eliza. That means a lot. I finish my coffee, feeling a little more resolved but still conflicted. Jax is a risk, no doubt about it. But sometimes the biggest risks have the biggest rewards. I just hope I'm not making a huge mistake. Work is usually my sanctuary, a place where I can lose myself in the steady rhythm of saving lives. Today, though, is different. As I step into the ER, the hum of machines do little to calm my nerves. Zuri, we've got a GSW coming in. Gang-related, says Dr. Martinez, handing me a chart. His voice is clipped, urgent. Great, I mutter, scanning the details. Just what I need. A young man is wheeled in, blood soaking through his shirt. He's barely conscious, eyes fluttering as he struggles to stay awake. The sight makes my stomach twist. It's not just the blood. It's what it represents, the violence, the danger, the kind of world Jax is tied to. Hang in there, buddy, I say, grabbing gloves and moving to his side. What's your name? DeAndre, he whispers, voice weak. DeAndre, I'm Zuri. I give him my best reassuring smile, though my heart pounds in my chest. Where are you hurt? Stomach, he groans, wincing as I press gently around the wound. We need to get him stabilized, Dr. Martinez orders, moving beside me. Zuri, start an IV. We're losing him fast. I nod, grabbing the supplies. My hands move on autopilot, years of training kicking in, but my mind is elsewhere. Images of Jax, his tattoos, his bike, his life flash before me. I push them away, focusing on DeAndre. Stay with me, DeAndre, I say, threading the needle into his vein. We're not losing you today. He tries to nod, but the pain is too much. His eyes roll back, and I feel a surge of panic. I glance at Dr. Martinez, who's already working on the wound. Pressure's dropping, he says, voice tense. We need to get him to surgery. As they wheel DeAndre away, I take a deep breath, trying to steady myself. My hands are shaking, and I can't ignore the thoughts swirling in my mind. This is the reality of gang violence. This is what Jax is surrounded by. Hey, you okay? Asks Rachel, another nurse, as she comes up beside me. Yeah, just rough case, I say, trying to sound casual. Tell me about it. These gang-related cases are the worst. Makes you wonder why people get involved in that life. I nod, biting my lip. Yeah, it does. She gives me a sympathetic look before heading off to her next patient. I watch her go, feeling a mix of frustration and fear. Jax's world is dangerous, and I'm not sure I can handle being part of it. I head to the break room, needing a moment to clear my head. The smell of stale coffee and the low hum of the vending machine are oddly comforting. I grab a cup, taking a sip, but it does little to calm my nerves. The door swings open and Dr. Martinez steps in. You did good out there, Zuri, he says, grabbing a coffee for himself. It's tough, but you handled it. Thanks, I say, forcing a smile. Just doing my job? He nods, looking thoughtful. You know, this kind of work, it's not just about the skills. It's about the heart. You've got that, Zuri. Don't lose it. His words are meant to be comforting, but they hit a little too close to home. I nod again, lost in my thoughts. Thanks, Doc, I say quietly, watching him leave. As I finish my coffee, I can't shake the image of DeAndre's blood-soaked shirt, the look in his eyes, and I can't stop thinking about Jax, wondering if I'm making a mistake by letting him into my life. I sit at my desk, textbooks and notes spread out in front of me. The clock ticks, its rhythm a constant reminder of the time slipping away. I tap my pen against the table, trying to focus on the intricate details of wound care, but my mind keeps drifting back to Jax. Focus, Zuri, I mutter to myself, flipping a page in my textbook. You have exams coming up. This is your future. But no matter how hard I try, the memory of his touch, his intense gaze, keeps pulling me back. I shake my head, determined to keep things professional. My career goals are too important to jeopardize for a fleeting romance, no matter how compelling. My phone buzzes, breaking my concentration. I glance at the screen, half expecting it to be Jax, but it's just a notification from a study app. I sigh, setting the phone aside and returning to my notes. The door to my apartment creaks open, and Eliza pops her head in. Hey, how's the studying going? She asks, her tone light but curious. About as well as you'd expect, I reply, rolling my eyes. Every time I try to focus, my brain decides to think about other things. Eliza smirks, stepping inside and closing the door behind her. Other things, huh? Let me guess. Tall, dark, and brooding with a motorcycle? I groan, dropping my pen. Eliza, I'm serious. I need to concentrate. These exams are crucial. Yeah, she says, plopping down on my bed. But you can't deny there's something there with Jax. Maybe it's worth exploring. I shake my head. No, I can't. His life is too dangerous. I need to stay focused on my career. Eliza tilts her head, studying me. You're not just scared of the danger, are you? You're scared of getting hurt. I look away, her words hitting a little too close to home. Maybe, but it doesn't matter. I have to prioritize my goals. She sighs, picking up one of my textbooks and flipping through it. All right, I get it. Just don't close yourself off completely. You deserve happiness too, you know. I know, I say softly, picking up my pen again. But for now, I need to pass these exams. Fair enough, she says, tossing the book back on the bed. Just promise me you'll take a break and do something fun every once in a while. You can't study 24/7. I promise, I reply, managing a small smile. Thanks for checking in. Anytime, she says, standing up and heading to the door. Good luck with the studying, and remember, you've got this. I nod, watching her leave before turning back to my notes. I take a deep breath, pushing thoughts of Jax to the back of my mind. For now, I need to focus on what's in front of me. My future depends on it.
Chapter 10. Jax. Jax, you gonna keep staring at the table or share your grand plan? Axel's voice cuts through the fog in my brain. I snap back to the present, shaking off thoughts of Zuri. Yeah, sorry. The Vipers are pushing their luck, encroaching on our turf. We need to show them we won't stand for it. Axel leans forward, arms crossed. You got specifics? Or is this just another chest-thumping session? First off, asshole, we increase patrols in the areas they've been spotted. I want eyes on every corner, every bar. If they so much as breathe wrong, we know about it. Reaper nods, but his eyes narrow. And what about the businesses? Some of them are already getting cold feet. We can't afford to lose allies. We make it clear to them, I say, leaning forward, my hands gripping the table's edge. They're either with us or against us. No middle ground. Viper's smug face flashes in my mind, but it's quickly replaced by Zuri's. Did she wake up alone and curse my name? Or did she shrug it off, thinking I was just another one-night stand? Tank slams his fist on the table, pulling me back. And if the businesses don't play ball? We remind them why they chose us in the first place, I say, my voice hardening. We protect our own. The room falls silent, the weight of our predicament settling over us. I try to focus, but it's pointless. I'm not in the right headspace, and that puts myself and my brothers at risk. What about recruitment? Knuckles asks, breaking the silence. The Vipers are poaching from our spots. We need fresh blood. We'll hold a rally, show them what the Iron Wolves stand for, I say, though my mind is half elsewhere. Make it clear joining us isn't just about riding bikes. It's about brotherhood, loyalty. I hear Tank's old lady laugh from outside the door. It reminds me of Zuri's laugh, the way she challenged me. Does she even care that I vanished? Jax, you with us? Axel's voice again, sharp, questioning. I meet his gaze, steely and unyielding. Yeah, I'm with you. We handle this smartly, we come out on top. Tank cracks his knuckles, a grin spreading across his face. Sounds like my kind of fun. When do we start? Tonight, I say, my voice firm. No time to waste. We hit the streets hard and fast. Show 'em we're not backing down. Axel stands up, his expression serious. I'll take the north side. Reaper, you handle the south. Tank, you and Knuckles cover the west. I'll coordinate with the local businesses, make sure they know we're still in charge. I nod, satisfied. Good. And remember, no unnecessary violence. We're here to protect our turf, not start a bloodbath. As the guys start to file out, I catch Reaper's eye. Keep an ear to the ground, and he whispers about the Vipers making deals with local gangs. I want to know. Got it, boss, he says, nodding. We'll be your eyes and ears. All right, let's get to work, I finally say, standing up. Keep me posted on any Viper activity. And remember, we protect our own. As the guys file out, I linger, staring at the empty room. My phone buzzes, but it's not a message I'm hoping for. I tuck it away, pushing thoughts of Zuri to the back of my mind. There's work to do, and distractions can get you killed. The sound of motorcycles revving fills the air as the guys mount up, ready to hit the streets. I swing my leg over my bike, the engine roaring to life beneath me. The vibrations pulse through my body, a familiar and comforting sensation. The boys head out on patrol and I ride to the hospital, the engines growl drowning out my thoughts. One of our guys, Snake, got roughed up last night. The least I can do is check on him. I chose now to visit in hopes of not running into Zuri. She was on night shift the night I met her. I'm trying to avoid her because I've not prepared the apology she deserves for being an asshole and sneaking out on her. I navigate the maze of hallways, avoiding eye contact with the staff. Hospitals always make my skin crawl. Too many memories. As I turn the corner, following the directions the overzealous nurse provided me, there she is, in all her glory. Standing in the middle of the hall, looking over her clipboard. Of course, she'd be here now. The universe has a twisted sense of humor. It's as if she can sense I'm here. She lifts her head and zeroes in on me. "Jax," she says, surprise flashing in her eyes. "What are you doing here?" "Visiting a friend," I reply, keeping my voice steady. "One of my guys got roughed up last night. Thought I'd check on him, but I didn't expect to see you here at this time of day." She crosses her arms. "I'm rotating on the west wing today. Guess you're out of luck." "Zuri, I start, only to be cut off. "I've been seeing an uptick in violence lately. Lost a couple of patients just this week," she starts. I shrug, trying to brush it off. "Comes with the territory. It's a rough world out there." She doesn't buy it. Of course she doesn't, she's too damn smart for that. Her eyes narrow and I can see the worry etched in her features. "It's not just that, Jax. It's getting worse. I'm seeing more and more gang-related injuries. It's like the city's turning into a war zone. I lost 2 patients just last night." I take a step closer, feeling the need to ease her worry. "Hey, everything will be all right." She looks away, frustration and fear mingling in her expression. "You can't just say that and expect it to make everything better." I cup her face gently, forcing her to meet my gaze. "Zuri, listen to me. I've been through hell and back. This is nothing we can't handle." She sighs, her shoulders slumping slightly. I don't want to see more people get hurt, including you." Her words hit me harder than I expect. I lean in, my thumb brushing against her cheek. "I'll be fine, and so will you. You're strong, Zuri. Stronger than you know." Her eyes soften, and for a moment the tension between us fades. "You make it sound so easy." "It's not," I admit, my voice low. "But we don't get to choose the easy path. We just take what comes and fight like hell."
Chapter 11. Zuri. Some sense of clarity dawns on me as I pull away from his grasp, feeling the heat of his touch linger on my skin. My mama always told me never to hold back, and right now, all I have to say is bubbling up like a pot about to boil over. "Wait, why do you care if I'm upset, Jax? You left in the middle of the night, right? You got what you wanted? You think that's something I'm just gonna let slide?" My voice comes out sharp, cutting through the air between us. He looks taken aback for a moment, but then his usual confident smirk returns. "Zuri, Had to handle some important things that came up. Important things? More important than a simple goodbye? Or, I don't know, a damn courtesy note. I cross my arms, leaning back against the cold, sterile wall of the hospital corridor. The sounds of the bustling ER fade into the background. He steps closer, his presence overwhelming, but I stand my ground. I thought it was better that way. No complications. Better for who? You? I narrow my eyes. Newsflash, Jax, you're not the only one in this equation. You're not some lone wolf out there doing whatever you please without consequences. His eyes soften just a fraction. I'm trying to protect you, Zuri. My world, it's dangerous. I laugh, a bitter sound that echoes around us. You think I don't know that? I'm not some delicate little flower that needs protecting. I've seen enough in my life to handle whatever you throw at me. He looks at me, really looks at me. And for a moment, I see a flicker of something. Regret, maybe? I didn't mean to hurt you. Well, you did, I say, my voice quieter now. The anger simmering down but not disappearing. You can't just waltz in and out of my life whenever you please. I'm not going to entertain a man who's too scared of commitment. Jack steps closer, his eyes flashing with a mix of anger and something else I can't quite place. I'm not afraid of commitment, Zuri. I scoff, rolling my eyes. Yeah, right. You can't even commit to a full night. His jaw tightens, and I can see the struggle within him. You don't understand. My life, it's complicated. Complicated? I echo, my voice rising. That's just a fancy word for I'm scared. I'm not scared, he snaps, his voice echoing down the hospital corridor. Heads turn, but I don't care. Let them watch. Prove it, I challenge, my heart pounding in my chest. I step closer, my eyes locked on his. Show me you're not just talk. He looks at me, his gaze intense. You really want me to prove it? Sure, I say, my voice steady even though my hands are shaking. If you got it in you. When's your shift over, Zuri? He asks. 5-ish, I respond. Jax takes a deep breath, his eyes never leaving mine. Meet me tonight. Where? I ask, suspicion creeping into my voice. The Iron Wolves clubhouse, he says, his tone daring me to refuse. Give me a piece of paper and a pen. I hand him a notepad from my scrub pocket and a pen. He jots down what I assume is the address and hands it back over to me. 8 o'clock, be there and I'll show you. I hesitate, the rational part of me screaming to walk away, but my heart wants to see where this goes. All right, I'll be there. Don't be late, he says as he walks away. I won't, I promise, even though I have no idea what I'm getting myself into. As he walks away, I can't help but admire his toned ass. Those jeans do wonders for him. Before I can get too lost in that thought, Mariah, one of my coworkers, sidles up next to me, a mischievous grin on her face. So what was that about? She asks, nudging me with her elbow. And more importantly, where can I get one of those? I laugh, shaking my head. That, my dear Mariah, is a complicated mess wrapped in leather and testosterone. Sounds delicious, she says, waggling her eyebrows. Seriously though, what's the deal with him? I sigh, leaning against the nurse's station. It's a long story. Let's just say he's got a way of making things interesting. Interesting, huh? Mariah's eyes twinkle with amusement. Well, he certainly looks like he could keep things interesting. Mariah chuckles. Sounds like someone else I know. We both laugh, the sound a welcome distraction from the tension of the day. But as the minutes tick by, I find myself growing more anxious. What does Jax have planned? And why do I care so much? The end of my shift can't come soon enough. Every time I glance at the clock, the hands seem to move slower. My mind races with possibilities, each one more frustrating than the last. By the time my shift finally ends, I'm a bundle of nerves. Well, here goes nothing, I mutter to myself, grabbing my things and heading for the exit. Whatever Jax has in store, I'm determined to face it head on. Because if there's one thing I've learned, it's that I'm not someone who backs down from a challenge.
Chapter 12. Jax. The engine growls beneath me as I pull up to the hospital, still seething from Zuri's taunt. Afraid, she said, as if. I park my bike, scanning the lot. She'll see soon enough what I'm made of. The automatic doors slide open, and Zuri steps out, looking around until her eyes land on me. She hesitates for a moment, then walks over, her posture guarded but intrigued. Get on, I say, cutting straight to the point. Where are we going? She asks, crossing her arms, her expression defiant. Get on, Zuri. She narrows her eyes but swings her leg over the bike. Her arms wrap around my waist, and the warmth of her touch ignites something primal in me. I rev the engine and we take off, leaving the hospital and its sterile walls behind. We weave through traffic, the city blurring into a mix of lights and shadows. Zuri's grip tightens as we speed up, and I can feel her heartbeat through the thin fabric of her scrubs. We ride for what feels like an eternity, the wind whipping around us, carrying away all the doubts and frustrations. The headlights cut through the darkness as I pull up to the old drive-in theater. The place looks like a ghost town, the screen a looming shadow against the night sky. Zuri slides off the bike, her eyes scanning the desolate lot. What is this? She asks, skepticism lacing her voice. A date, I reply, like it's the most obvious thing in the world. A date at a deserted drive-in? Are you sure you don't have plans to murder me? Far from it. I hold out my hand. Come on, follow me. She hesitates for a second before taking my hand. Her touch sends a jolt of electricity through me. I lead her to the brick building in the middle of the lot. Inside, I flick the switch, and the concession stand lights flicker to life. The smell of freshly popped popcorn fills the air. You've got to be kidding me, Zuri says, her eyebrows shooting up as she surveys the cooler of beer on ice and the various assortment of candy and chips I picked up from the convenience store. I gave up trying to do the other stuff when I had to Google how to work a fucking popcorn machine, I admit, pointing to the popcorn maker chugging away in the corner. She laughs, the sound like music in the empty space. I also pulled some strings to get the projector working. Wow, Jax, I'm impressed, she says, a smile tugging at her lips. I would have bet a good bit of money on our first date being at a biker bar. I grab a couple of beers from the cooler and hand her one. I bring out the big guns like the bar on dates 3 and 4, I say. She laughs again, and I don't think I'll ever get enough of it. Cheers to a night of old movies and terrible snacks. Cheers, she echoes, clinking her bottle against mine. She takes a sip, her eyes meeting mine over the rim. So, what's playing tonight? She asks, leaning against the counter. I smirk. First, a classic, Fast and the Furious. Fitting, she says, rolling her eyes. Hey, it's a good movie, I defend, popping a piece of popcorn into my mouth. And then? She asks. Patch Adams, I say as I take a swig of my beer. It's the only thing I can think of that I've seen worth a shit that involves a doctor. She nearly spits out her beer as she laughs. Good choice, Hawkins. Good choice. I lead her out the concession stand and down a little further to a spot in the middle. Her eyes widen as she takes in the blanket and the mountain of pillows, the lanterns on each side, and the vase of flowers sitting in the middle. You're full of surprises, Jax, she murmurs. Stick around, you'll see more, I reply, my voice low. How did you manage to bring all this here on a motorcycle? I can't help but laugh. I actually own a few vehicles with four-wheel Zuri. I just prefer two usually. The screen lights up, and the movie begins to play. Zuri leans against me, her warmth seeping through my jacket. I wrap an arm around her, pulling her closer. The night stretches on, the movie playing in the background, but my focus is entirely on her. The way she laughs at the cheesy lines, the way she relaxes into me. It's a moment of peace in the chaos of our lives. As the credits of the first movie roll, Zuri looks up at me, her eyes soft. Thank you for proving me wrong. Don't mention it, I say, meaning it more than I ever thought I would. It's late when the second movie ends. The blanket and pillows around us feel like a cozy nest in the otherwise abandoned drive-in. I stretch my legs out, looking at Zuri beside me. We better get you back to your apartment, I say. You need to be well rested for work tomorrow. She grins, a mischievous twinkle in her eye. I can take a day off if I need to. I chuckle. You can't be a bad influence on me. Zuri rolls her eyes and starts to get up. Instead of standing, she ends up rolling across me. Her body presses against mine, and I catch a whiff of her perfume, something floral and intoxicating. Then she kisses me, slow and sensual. It's like time stops, and the world narrows down to just the two of us. Her lips are soft, warm, and I lose myself in the taste of her. When she finally pulls back, I'm left rock hard and wanting more. You're right, Dad. It's bedtime, she says teasingly as she gets to her feet. She starts walking back to the motorcycle, looking over her shoulder with a smile that leaves me craving her all over again. I groan inwardly, adjusting my raging heart on and forcing myself to stand. The lanterns cast a soft glow on her, highlighting the curve of her hips and the way her hair cascades down her back. I grab the empty beer bottles and shove them into the cooler, trying to focus on anything other than the desire coursing through me. You kill me, Zuri, I mutter as I catch up to her. Is that so? She says, smirking. Maybe you need a stronger constitution. I swing my leg over the bike, shaking my head. Or maybe you're just a menace. She laughs, climbing on behind me and wrapping her arms around my waist. Her touch sends another wave of heat through me, but I grit my teeth and start the engine. The roar drowns out my thoughts, and I focus on the road ahead as we leave the drive-in. The ride back is a blur of streetlights and asphalt. Her grip tightens occasionally, reminding me of her presence. By the time we reach her apartment, the sky is starting to lighten with the first hints of dawn. I park the bike and help her off. She looks at me, her eyes still sparkling with that mischievous light. Thanks for tonight, she says softly. Anytime, I reply, meaning every word. She stands on her tiptoes and plants a quick kiss on my cheek before heading inside. I watch her go, my mind already replaying the night's events. As I drive away, the memory of her kiss lingers, making me wonder just how much trouble I'm getting myself into.
Chapter 13. Zuri. The ER is a whirlwind of noise and chaos. I move from one patient to another, adrenaline fueling my steps. A young man is wheeled in, his shirt soaked with blood, his kuta laid across his legs on the stretcher. Gunshot wound, left abdomen, a paramedic shouts. I nod, taking charge. Let's get him stabilized. We work in a frantic rhythm, but my mind keeps drifting to Jack's. The wounds I'm seeing tonight have a certain familiarity. Knife slashes, gunshots. It all screams MC territory. Zuri, you good? I look up to see Dr. Patel watching me. Yeah, just a busy night. Busier than usual, he mutters, glancing at the next patient. Stab wound, upper thigh. Got it. I rush over, assessing the damage. What's your name? I ask the guy on the gurney, trying to keep him talking. Leo. He groans. Please. It hurts like hell. We'll take care of you, Leo. Just hold on. I clean the wound. my fingers moving on autopilot. Another biker. Another set of injuries that could be linked to the Iron Wolves or their rivals. How'd this happen? I ask, trying to keep my tone casual. Wrong place, wrong time, he says through gritted teeth. Sure, and I'm the Queen of England? Zuri, over here, a nurse calls out. I nod, finishing up with Leo and moving to the next bed, a teenager, barely old enough to drive, with a bullet wound in his shoulder. Stay with me, kid, I say, grabbing gauze and applying pressure. What's your name? Ricky, he whispers, tears streaming down his face. It's going to be okay, Ricky. Just keep talking to me what happened. Some guys, they just started shooting, he stammers. I exchange a look with Dr. Patel, an innocent kid caught in the crossfire. Hang in there, Ricky, I say, my voice steady, but inside, I'm shaking. Is Jax mixed up in this? Is he safe? The night drags on, each new patient bringing a fresh wave of dread. By the time my shift ends, I'm exhausted and worried sick. I have not had time to even stop for a bathroom break since clocking in this afternoon. I decide to take a quick break and run down to the canteen for some decent tasting coffee. There's still hours to go before my shift is over, and I'm already dragging ass. At this point, I need an IV drip of coffee, but that's probably frowned upon. On my walk to the canteen, I spot Jax near one of the beds. His broad shoulders tense as he talks to an injured patient. I make my way over, my heart pounding with a mix of anger and concern. Jax, I call out, my voice firm. He turns, his still blue eyes locking onto mine. Zuri. I step closer, crossing my arms. We need to talk. Now? He glances at the wounded man, who's wincing in pain. Yes, now, I insist. Come with me. He nods, giving his club member a reassuring pat before following me out to the quieter corridor and into an empty hospital room. The tension between us is almost tangible, a heavy weight pressing down on my chest. What's this about? He asks, crossing his arms to mirror my stance. Don't play dumb, Jax, I snap. The violence, the gunshot wounds, the stabbings. I know it's connected to one of the clubs. He raises an eyebrow, an unkind smile playing at the corners of his mouth. You think I'm responsible for every thug with a knife? I think you're responsible for the turf war that's spilling into my hospital, I retort. Kids are getting caught in the crossfire, Jax. Innocent people. His jaw tightens, the smirk vanishing. We're handling it. Handling it? By escalating the violence? I take a step closer, my anger boiling over. What about the people who have nothing to do with your stupid feud? His eyes narrow, and for a moment, I see a flicker of something, guilt, maybe. It's not stupid. I'm trying to protect my men. And what about the rest of us? The innocent people who didn't sign up for this crap? The kid that's barely old enough to get his license has a bullet wound because of this. My voice cracks, betraying the fear I've been trying to hide. He reaches out, his hand cupping my face. I told you, I'll keep you safe. I pull back, shaking my head. You can't just promise to protect me and ignore the rest. Zuri, this is ridiculous, he growls, slamming his fist on the table. I told you, I'm trying. Trying isn't good enough, Jax. I snap back, spinning to face him. People are dying because of your trying. He steps closer, towering over me. You think I don't know that? You think I sleep easy at night, knowing my men are at risk? I take a deep breath, my anger flaring hotter. Then why do you keep pushing them into more danger? His eyes blaze with frustration. Because it's either fight back or get wiped out. You don't understand the world we live in. Then explain it to me, I demand, my voice rising. Make me understand why you're okay with innocent people getting hurt. He runs a hand through his hair, his jaw clenching. It's not about being okay with it. It's about survival. You can't save everyone, Zuri. The weight of his words hits me hard, and I feel a lump forming in my throat. But I have to try. That's what I do. That's why I became a nurse. He exhales sharply, his eyes softening for a moment. And that's why I'm drawn to you, because you care so damn much. I scoff, shaking my head. Don't try to charm your way out of this, Jax. It won't work. Who said I'm trying to charm you? He steps even closer, his presence overwhelming. I'm just telling you the truth. I can feel the heat radiating off him. The scent of leather and motor oil mingling with the sterile hospital air. My pulse quickens, and I hate that my body responds to him even now. Then tell me another truth. I challenge, my voice low. Why didn't you ask to come up last night after our date? His eyes darken, a muscle in his jaw twitching. I was scared. Of what? I push, needing to hear him say it. Of how much I want you, he admits, his voice rough. Of what you make me feel? I can't help myself. My lips crash into his with a force that steals my own breath. The kiss is a battle, fierce and unyielding. His hands grip my waist, pulling me against him, and I respond with equal fervor, my fingers tangling in his hair. The world outside the room fades away, leaving just the two of us, locked in this desperate, consuming embrace. I pull away, my breath coming in short, ragged bursts. My lips tingle from the intensity of our kiss, and my heart pounds like a drum in my chest. Jax looks at me, confusion and frustration etched on his rugged face. What the hell, Zuri? His voice is rough, raw. You can't just kiss me like that and then back off. I take a step back, needing the distance. I didn't mean it, I say, my voice barely above a whisper. I'm so confused. Confused about what? He runs a hand through his hair, his still blue eyes locked on mine. You either want this or you don't. It's not that simple, Jax, I retort, my voice gaining strength. Zuri, He trails off, looking lost for the first time since I met him. I shake my head, feeling the tears pricking at the corners of my eyes. I need to go, Jax. I need to think. He reaches out, but I step back, avoiding his touch. Don't go, he says, his voice softer now, almost pleading. I have to, I whisper, turning on my heel and walking away, each step feeling heavier than the last. As I make my way to the canteen, the chaos of the ER fading behind me, I feel the weight of my decision pressing down on me. I glance back once, seeing Jack standing there looking more lost and frustrated than ever. But I keep walking, knowing that if I stop, if I turn back, I might never be able to leave again.
Chapter 14. Jax. Jax, you all right, man? Blade's voice cuts through my thoughts as I lean against the bar, nursing a whiskey. I grunt, not really in the mood for small talk. Yeah, just got a lot on my mind. Blade raises an eyebrow, his eyes flicking toward the patched members scattered around the room. Club business or other business? Both, I admit, swirling the amber liquid in my glass. Vipers are getting bolder, and then there's the girl. Ah, the nurse, he says, smirking. She got you twisted up, huh? Something like that. I down the rest of my drink, savoring the burn. She's worried. I can't blame her with all the shit we've been dealing with. Blade nods. So what's the plan? I run a hand through my hair, feeling the tension coil in my muscles. I need to keep her away from this mess. She doesn't deserve to get dragged into our world. Easier said than done, he points out. She's already seen enough to ask questions. Yeah, well, I'll have to be smarter about it, I reply. No more meetings at the hospital. We keep the club business away from her. And if she asks, Blade asks, leaning against the bar, I'll tell her what I can without giving too much away. She's not stupid. She'll know if I'm bullshitting. I glance around the room, making sure no one else is listening. Got it, Blade says, nodding. You think she's worth all this trouble? I stare into my empty glass, the memory of Zuri's fierce eyes and stubborn stance flashing in my mind. Yeah, she is. Blade claps me on the shoulder. Then you better make sure she knows it. Working on it, I mutter, pushing off the bar. Just as I'm about to wrap it up and leave the bar, one of the younger recruits runs in from outside the bar looking panicked. Prez, Viper's approaching out front. My whiskey glass meets the bar top a little harder than I'd like. I'll have to apologize to Paulette tomorrow for the mistreatment of her cedarwood bar top, as she calls it. But right now, I've got some fucking Vipers to handle. Myself, flanked by every other member of the Iron Wolves, walks outside the bar to intercept the intruders. They know this is our fucking turf. I'm tired of playing games. Nice place you got here, Jax, Snake calls out, his voice cutting through the noise of the engines. Snake, I say with a smirk on my face. To what do we owe the pleasure? Oh, we just come to catch up, you know. Be a good neighbor, Snake says snidely while lighting up a cigarette. I think we need to talk, I say, stepping closer, the rest of my crew fanning out behind me. Snake's eyes flick to his men, and I can see the tension building. Talk, huh? You always had a funny way of talking, Hammer. Funny's not what I'm aiming for, I reply, my tone flat. You've been sniffing around our territory. It's gotta stop. He chuckles, shaking his head. Territory? You think you own this town? I cross my arms, standing tall. I know what's ours, and I know when someone's trying to take it. One of his men, a scrawny guy with too many tattoos and not enough sense, steps forward. You gonna back that up, pretty boy? I don't bother looking at him. Back off before you get hurt, kid. Snake raises a hand, stopping the kid from doing something stupid. We're just expanding our horizons, Jax. No harm in that. Your horizons end where ours begin, I say, steel in my voice. You've been warned. He tilts his head, eyes narrowing. And if we don't listen, then we'll make you, I reply, my patience wearing thin. This isn't a fucking game, Snake. He laughs again, but there's no humor in it. You always were a stubborn son of a bitch. Stubborn keeps us alive, I shoot back. Snake's smirk fades, replaced by something darker. You're poking a hornet's nest, Hammer. I've been stung before, I say, taking a step closer. And I'm still standing. The scene feels like it's on the brink of explosion, the air thick with unspoken threats. I can feel my brothers ready to jump in at any moment. Last chance, I warn. Back off or we'll make you regret it. Snake looks at me, his expression unreadable. We'll see about that. I nod, knowing this isn't over. Yeah, we will. The situation spirals out of control faster than I can blink. 1 second, we're staring each other down, and the next, fists are flying. The street erupts into chaos. I catch Snake's punch and retaliate with a swift uppercut that sends him sprawling. One of the Vipers tackles me, and we go down hard, the impact rattling my bones. I throw him off and rise to my feet, fists at the ready. My brothers are right there with me, locked in a brutal dance of survival. Get him, Jax! Tank, my right-hand man, yells as he grapples with a burly Viper. I dodge another swing and land a solid punch to the guy's jaw. He drops like a sack of bricks. Back off! I hear Snake's voice again, and I turn just in time to see him pulling a knife. Bad move, Snake, I growl, lunging forward. We struggle, the blade glinting in the dim light. I managed to twist his wrist, the knife clattering to the floor. "You're dead, Hammer," Snake hisses, his face twisted in rage. "Not today," I snap, driving my fist into his gut. The fight seems to last forever, but it's probably only minutes before the sirens blare outside. Red and blue lights flash against the chrome of the bikes. "Time to go!" I shout to my guys, sprinting towards my bike. We burst out into the night, adrenaline pumping, and mount our bikes. The engines roar to life, and we peel out of there, leaving the chaos behind. We head straight to the hospital. The emergency room is already bustling, but the sight of our battered group draws immediate attention. Nurses and doctors rush to assess the injuries, barking orders and ushering us into rooms. As I'm getting patched up by some nurse whose bedside manner is shit compared to Zuri's, the sound of raised voices filters down the hall. I recognize one of them. Zuri. Instinct kicks in, and I'm out of my chair before the nurse can protest. "Where do you think you're going, sir?" she snaps, but I ignore her, moving toward the commotion. Rounding the corner, I see Zuri pinned against the wall by a viper. His hand grips her arm tight enough to leave marks, and his face is twisted in anger. "Get your hands off her!" I growl, striding forward. The viper turns, sneering. "Back off, Hammer. This doesn't concern you." "Like hell it doesn't." I close the distance in 2 strides and land a punch that sends him sprawling. He hits the floor, out cold. Zuri's eyes are wide, her breath coming in short gasps. "Jax, what the—" "Are you okay?" I cut her off, scanning her for injuries. She shakes her head, her voice trembling. "I'm fine, but you just made things worse." "He had it coming." I reach out, but she swats my hand away. "You can't just knock people out in a hospital," she snaps, her voice shaking. "Better than him hurting you," I counter, my own anger rising. She takes a deep breath, visibly trying to calm herself. "You need to leave. Now." I stand my ground. "Not until I know you're safe." "I can handle myself," she insists, her tone fierce despite the tremor. "Clearly," I mutter, glancing at the unconscious viper. "Look, just give me your phone so I can plug in the club's number in case you need one of us." She narrows her eyes. "And why would I need y'all?" "Because after the stunt I just pulled, trouble's following you now," I say, my voice hard. "And I'm not letting anything happen to you." For a moment she looks like she's going to argue, but then she sighs, pulling out her phone. "Fine." I take her phone, quickly typing in the number. She snatches the phone back, glaring at me. "Now get out before someone calls security." All right, I say, holding up my hands. "I'm going, but you call if you need anything. Anything." "Go, Jax," she says, her voice softer this time. I back away, giving her one last look before turning and heading down the hall. The adrenaline's still pumping through my veins, but mixed with it is a gnawing worry for Zuri. Back in the waiting room, my brothers are patched up and ready to go. Tank raises an eyebrow as I rejoin them. "Everything all right?" "Yeah," I say, but the knot in my gut says otherwise. "Let's get out of here." We leave the hospital, the night air hitting me like a cold slap. As we ride back to the clubhouse, my mind's on Zuri and the mess we're in. The Vipers won't let this slide, and I've just made things a hell of a lot more complicated. But one thing's clear. I'll do whatever it takes to keep her safe, even if it means bringing the whole damn club down on our heads. I park my bike outside the clubhouse and swing my leg over, the familiar scent of gasoline and leather grounding me. As I push open the heavy steel door, the noise inside hits me. Laughter, music, the clink of pool balls. It's home, but it's also a battlefield. Axel waves me over, a beer in hand. "Hell of a night, huh?" I grunt, grabbing a beer from the bar. "You could say that." He leans in, lowering his voice. "You think the Vipers will back off?" "Not a chance," I reply, taking a swig. "This is just the beginning." Axel nods, his face grim. "We need to be ready." "We will be," I assure him, though my mind's elsewhere. Zuri's face flashes in my mind, her determined eyes, the way she stood her ground even when scared. She's stronger than she knows, but that doesn't mean she's safe. I need to come clean to her. She deserves to know the truth about the growing turf war, about the danger she's in just by being close to me. But how much do I reveal? How do I balance protecting her with being honest?
Chapter 15. Zuri. I pull up to my apartment, already envisioning myself fully submerged in the bathtub with a glass of wine. Tonight's shift at the hospital was grueling. Between dealing with all the injuries and the spectacle with Jax, I am beyond ready to relax and climb into bed. My key twists in the lock, but the door doesn't budge. Frowning, I push harder, and it creaks open. "What the hell?" I whisper, stepping over the debris. Cushions are slashed open, foam guts spilling onto the floor. My coffee table lies in pieces, one leg splintered beyond repair. The bookshelf I'd painstakingly assembled leans awkwardly. My nursing textbooks are beyond repair. The hours I spent highlighting and annotating reduced to confetti. I pick up a torn page, the ink smudged from some liquid. I survey the wreckage, trying to piece together what happened. Who could have done this? And why? My eyes land on the wall and my blood runs cold. In red spray paint, the words, "Stay away from Jax," scream at me. What the hell? Every fiber of my being screams to get out. Call the police. Do something, but I can't move. I'm rooted to the spot. Overwhelmed by the chaos. I pull out my phone and dial the only person I can think of at the time, Jax. It rings once before he picks up. "Zuri?" he says, sounding confused. "Yeah, it's me. My, apartment. I struggle to get out." "Zuri, what the hell is going on? You're scaring me," he responds. "Someone's been in my apartment. It's trashed." Brief silence on the other end. Then, "I'll be there ASAP." "No, wait. I don't think that's a good idea." I glance at the threatening message again. "It's clearly meant for you." Exactly why I need to be there. Lock the door. His voice hardens. I hear the sound of a vehicle unlocking, and he hangs up, knowing there's no stopping him. As I wait, I start attempting to pick up the mess. My hands shake, but I try to focus. Broken picture frames, torn up pillows. It's like a tornado swept through my life. The scent of the spray paint lingers, acrid and bitter. A loud knock at the door startles me, and I freeze. "Let me in," Jack says. I yank it open, and there he stands, looking like a storm ready to unleash. I step aside, and he strides in, surveying the damage. His jaw tightens when he sees the message. "God damn it," he mutters. "The vipers." I cross my arms, trying to keep my voice steady. Why are they targeting me? To get to me. After that display at the hospital, they know I care about you. He runs a hand through his hair, frustration evident. "So what now?" I ask, feeling a mix of anger and fear. "I handle it," he says simply. "And you're staying with me." I blink. "Excuse me?" "You heard me." He steps closer, his presence overwhelming. "You're not safe here. Pack a bag. We're leaving." I open my mouth to argue, but the determined look in his eyes stops me. Instead, I sigh and head to my bedroom to grab some clothes. As I stuff things into a duffel, I can't help but feel a pang of resentment. This isn't how I wanted things to go, but what did I expect? Things such as this come with the territory. Returning to the living room, I find Jax on the phone barking orders to someone. He hangs up and looks at me. "Ready?" "Yeah," I say, slinging the bag over my shoulder. "Let's go." We head out, and I lock the door behind me. For what purpose, I'm not sure. A sense of finality hits me as it closes. We walk to what I assume is his very large pickup truck that's taking up multiple parking spots. I glance at him. Thanks, Jax. He grunts as he opens the passenger door. Don't thank me yet. I climb in the passenger seat. As he jumps behind the wheel, the truck roars to life and we speed off into the night, the windows down and the wind whipping away the remnants of my shattered sense of safety. The truck rumbles to a stop in front of an apartment complex. He jumps out, quickly rounding the vehicle to open my door. The man is always in control, always taking charge. He grabs my bag, and I follow him up the steps. He unlocks the door and ushers me inside. I step into his space. The scent of leather, cologne, and something uniquely him hits me immediately, wrapping around me like a safety blanket. It's certainly plain, bachelor-like, lots of blacks and grays. No artwork on the walls, no personal touches. Yet for now, it feels safe. He sets my bag down and turns to me. Want a beer? I nod, sinking onto his couch. Yeah, sure. He disappears into the kitchen, and I let out a breath I didn't realize I was holding. The couch is surprisingly comfortable, firm but not unforgiving. I lean back, feeling the tension in my muscles start to unwind just a bit. Jax returns with 2 bottles, handing one to me before sitting down beside me. The cold bottle is a welcome distraction from the chaos of tonight. I take a sip, the beer crisp and refreshing. I'll take you to work tomorrow, and for the foreseeable future, he says, his eyes not leaving mine. All right, no sense in arguing with that, I reply, feeling a little awkward. He looks down, fiddling with the label on his bottle. Look, Zuri, I'm sorry. This is why I didn't want you getting involved. This life, my life, it's dangerous. I scoff. Yeah, I gathered that when my apartment got turned into a war zone. He leans closer, his expression intense. I will do everything I can to keep you safe. I stare at him, trying to process everything. You think you can protect me from all this? From them? He doesn't flinch. Yes, but I need you to trust me. I look away, biting my lip. Trusting him is hard when I don't fully understand the stakes, but I can't deny the magnetic pull between us, the way he makes me feel safe, despite everything. Okay, I say finally, meeting his gaze again. Okay, he replies. We sit in silence for a moment, the tension between us easing just a little. Jax leans back, eyes scanning my face. Is there anything you need right now? I let out a tired sigh. Honestly, I just need a shower and some sleep. Of course, he says, nodding. Grab your bag. I'll show you the bathroom. The nicer shower is in the master. I follow him down the hall, the tension from the night still coiled tight in my chest. His bedroom is spacious but Spartan, like the rest of his place. He opens a closet and pulls out a fluffy towel, handing it to me. Sorry I don't have any female crap, he says, looking a bit sheepish. I usually don't bring women here. I manage a small smile. If the circumstances were different, I'd be flattered. He chuckles. Enjoy your shower. I'll make up the couch for myself. You can take the bed. Thank you, Jax, I say, appreciating his thoughtfulness. I step into the bathroom, shutting the door behind me. The room is surprisingly modern, with a glass-enclosed shower and sleek fixtures. I turn on the water, adjusting it until it's steaming. Stripping off my clothes, I step under the spray, letting the hot water cascade over me. Hot water pours over me, washing away the grime of the day, but not the weight on my shoulders. My mind spins with the chaos that's taken over my life. My apartment is trashed, my books destroyed. Everything I've worked so hard for is in ruins. I sink to the floor, the cold tiles contrasting with the steaming water. I pull my knees to my chest, and before I know it, tears are streaming down my face, mingling with the water. I sob, the sound echoing off the bathroom walls. Suddenly, the bathroom door bursts open. "Zuri, what's going on? Are you okay?" Jax's voice is urgent, laced with concern. The shower door flies open and he steps in, fully clothed, water drenching him instantly. He brushes my wet hair from my face, his touch gentle despite the urgency. "I'm fine. It's just a lot for one day." I manage to choke out between sobs. His expression softens. "I'm so sorry, Zuri. I could offer to stay away from you, but the selfish part of me doesn't want to. I will do everything to keep you safe, or I'll die trying." I look up at him, his sincerity breaking through my despair. "Can you pick me up?" I whisper. Without hesitation, he scoops me up, holding me close. His clothes cling to his body, outlining his muscles. His hair is slicked back, water dripping from the ends. I feel a flicker of something more than just gratitude. His presence, his strength, makes me feel safe in a way I haven't felt in a long time. My fingers reach for the hem of his shirt, pulling it up. "Zuri, you don't have to do this," he says, his voice low. "Don't feel obligated." "I don't feel obligated," I reply, meeting his gaze. "I just want to feel safe, and you're the one thing that makes me feel safe right now." His eyes darken, and without another word, he captures my mouth in a deep, hungry kiss. It's raw and urgent, like he's trying to convey everything he feels in that one kiss. I'm afraid this scene is too passionate for YouTube. Slide over to TylaWalker.com to finish reading and use the code SAVE40 to save 40% off. Where were we?
You think you can catch me? You think you can tame me?
Oh, I know I can. And you know it too, baby.
I gotta tell you, you're not the first to try.
But don't worry, baby. I'll be the last.
With sass like that, maybe I'll be the one that needs to tame you.
Let's cut to the chase, big boy. What you selling me?
Your appetite is big AF. I have just the thing that'll satisfy you.
Oh, really? And what's that?
Over 120 hours of romance audiobooks. Brought to you by Tyla Walker Romances in the Big AF Audio Bundle.
120 hours? That sounds amazing.
Your knees won't work afterwards if I do my job right.
Don't make promises you can't keep.
Well, I can keep this promise. Because these audiobooks are unabridged with all the spicy scenes that will make you put your earbuds on. You know, Tyla can get freaky because she marked the bundle down by 69% for a limited time.
I can't wait to take this bundle for a ride.
Visit TylaWalker.com and get this audio bundle. Just don't start listening if you're going to be cooking dinner. Because you might just forget to feed your family.
TylaWalker.com. Escape your life with Tyla.
Chapter 16. Jax. The early morning light filters through the blinds, casting slanted shadows across the room. Zuri's arm is draped over my chest, her soft breathing a rhythmic reminder of the night before. I should feel content, maybe even happy, but instead, I'm restless. Call it a bad feeling. My phone vibrates on the nightstand, the harsh sound breaking the stillness. I know it's club business even before I check the screen. I shift, careful not to wake her, but her eyes flutter open anyway. "Jax," she murmurs, voice thick with sleep. "It's okay," I say, trying to keep my tone neutral. "Gotta take this call." She nods, rolling over and wrapping the blanket tighter around herself. I answer the phone, keeping my voice low. I walk out to the hallway. "What's up?" I say. "Jax, we got a problem." Tank's voice comes through, urgent. "It's the Vipers." I rub a hand over my face, the weight of responsibility settling heavy on my shoulders. "Any casualties?" "No, but We need you at the clubhouse, pronto. On my way. I hang up and step back in the room and see Zuri, who's watching me with those deep, curious eyes. Club trouble? She asks, already knowing the answer. Yeah, I admit, standing up and pulling on my jeans. Duty calls. She bites her lip, looking like she wants to say something, but thinking better of it. Be careful, Jax. I step closer, lifting her chin so she's looking at me. Always am. That's debatable, she mutters, but there's a small smile playing on her lips. I grab my jacket, keys jingling in my hand. Stay here, okay? Like I have a choice, she says, rolling her eyes but not hiding her concern. I lean down, pressing a quick kiss to her forehead. I'll be back soon. I reluctantly head out the door, the morning air cool against my skin. I throw my leg over my bike and the engine roars to life, the sound echoing through the quiet street. As I ride, my mind is a storm of thoughts. Zuri's safety, the Viper's aggression, the fragile balance I'm trying to maintain between my life and hers. The clubhouse comes into view. The mural of the fierce wolf pack a stark contrast against the dull, overcast sky. I park my bike and stride through the heavy steel door, the scent of leather and motor oil hitting me like a familiar embrace. Inside, the place is already buzzing. Tank spots me and makes a beeline. Jax, it's bad, man. They hit us hard last night at Benny's. Details, I demand, heading towards the bar. I need a coffee before I can deal with this shit. Unprovoked attack. Few of our guys were just having a drink, minding their business. Viper stormed in, no warning. I pour myself a cup, the bitter aroma grounding me. How bad is bad? Bruised and battered. No one critical, thank fuck. But Benny's is a mess. They're making a statement. Well, let's make one of our own, I say, slamming the cup down. We need to pay their president a visit. Tank nods, his eyes hard. I'd hoped you'd say that. Got a few of the boys ready to roll. Good. Let's ride. I turn to the room. Hawk, Axel, you're with us. We mount up and tear down the highway, the roar of bikes sounding like a promise of reckoning. The Viper's clubhouse isn't far, but it feels like an eternity with the adrenaline coursing through my veins. We pull up, the sight of their clubhouse igniting a fire in my gut. I dismount, the others following suit, and we march up to the door. Hawk pounds on it with a gloved fist. A prospect answers, his eyes widening when he sees us. What do you want? Your president, I growl. Now! He stammers something and rushes inside. Moments later, Snake, their president, saunters out, a smug grin on his face. Well, if it isn't Hammer, to what do I owe the pleasure? You know damn well why I'm here, I snap. Your boys hit Benny's last night, for no fucking reason. He shrugs, the smirk never leaving his face. Perhaps we just needed a drink. I step closer, invading his space. Bullshit. This ends now, or we'll end it for you. Snake's grin falters for a moment, but he recovers quickly. You think you can scare me, Hammer? You think your iron wolves are untouchable? Try me, I say, my voice low and dangerous. But remember, once you start a war, there's no turning back. Snake leans against the doorframe, a smirk plastered on his face. You really think a little visit's gonna scare us off? I cross my arms, glaring at him. It's your final warning. Stay out of our territory. He chuckles, a low, mocking sound that grates on my nerves. You really think you own this city, don't you? We don't think. We know, I snap, taking a step closer. This turf war ends now, Snake. He raises an eyebrow, clearly enjoying himself. War? We're just having some fun. Maybe you're the one taking things too seriously. I grit my teeth, feeling my anger bubble just below the surface. Your fun got my guys hurt and trashed Benny's. This isn't a fucking game. Maybe it's just business, he says with a shrug. Or maybe we're just tired of playing second fiddle to you and your wolves. I can feel my fists clenching, my nails digging into my palms. You want a war? You've got one. But don't say I didn't warn you when you're crawling back, begging for mercy. Mercy? He laughs, shaking his head. That's rich, coming from you. How's that pretty new nurse of yours? She seemed cozy the other night, cuddled up on her couch studying. My blood runs cold and I take a step forward, ready to throttle him. Leave her out of this. Touched a nerve, did I? He taunts, leaning in. I grab him by the collar, slamming him against the wall. You so much as look in her direction, and I'll end you. He doesn't flinch, his smirk never wavering. Promises. Promises. You're gonna have to do better than that. I shove him away, disgusted. This isn't over. Never thought it was, he calls after me as I turn on my heel, my crew following suit. We mount our bikes and I can feel the tension in every muscle, every sinew. My mind races. The roar of the engines drowns out everything else, but it doesn't silence the rage burning in my chest. As we pull away from the Viper's clubhouse, I can still hear Snake's laughter echoing in my ears. My mind's a storm of vengeance, every muscle tense with the need to make someone pay. Tank pulls up beside me at a red light. You good, Jax? He asks, concern lacing his words. Not even close, I reply, scanning the street. And that's when I see them. 3 Vipers leaning against their bikes, laughing like they own the place. I signal to Tank and we pull over. The others follow, engines rumbling as we dismount. The Vipers notice us, their laughter dying. They straighten up, eyes narrowing. Afternoon, boys, I say, my voice dripping with menace. One of them, a weasel-faced guy, steps forward. Need something? You and your crew have been busy, I say, closing the distance. Got a message for you from the Iron Wolves. Yeah? What's that? He sneers, but there's a flicker of uncertainty in his eyes. Without another word, I slam my fist into his gut, knocking the wind out of him. He doubles over, gasping. The other 2 move to intervene, but Tank and Hawk are on them in an instant, fists flying. Who's responsible for breaking into the nurse's apartment? I demand, shoving him against the brick wall. Fuck you, man, he spits, trying to wriggle free. I tighten my grip on his collar, my knuckles brushing the rough fabric of his kuda. Wrong answer. My fist connects with his jaw, the impact jarring up my arm. He grunts, his head snapping back. Blood drips from his split lip, and he glares at me with a mix of fear and defiance. You got one more chance, I growl. Who hit her place? Go to hell, he mutters, spitting blood at my boots. I slam him harder against the wall, my patience wearing thin. Last chance, kid. You don't talk, I'll make sure you regret it. I raise my fist and he winces, but I see the flicker of fear in his eyes. All right. It was Johnny. He got the orders from Snake. That's all I know, I swear. I let him go, and he slumps to the ground. Fuck off, I snap, and he scrambles to his feet, limping away as fast as he can. I take a deep breath, trying to steady the adrenaline coursing through me. Johnny's next. He'll pay for what he did to Zuri's place. The moment I step through the door, the warmth of my apartment wraps around me, a stark contrast to the cold outside. Zuri is curled up on the couch, watching TV, her brow furrowed in concentration. She looks up as I walk in, her eyes instantly scanning me, searching for signs of trouble. Hey, she says, setting the book aside. Everything okay? Yeah, just your average day, I reply, shoving my bruised knuckles into my pockets. I can feel the sting from the impact, but I force a casual smile. How was your day? She narrows her eyes, clearly not buying my act. Fairly uneventful. I nod, moving to the kitchen to pour myself a glass of water. My back is to her, and I take a moment to compose myself. The memory of my fists connecting with flesh lingers, but I shove it down. Zuri doesn't need to know about that side of me. You sure you're okay? She asks, her voice closer now. I turn to see her standing in the doorway, arms crossed, her expression skeptical. "Just tired," I say, taking a sip of water. "Understandable," she says, and I know she does understand. She lays her head against my chest, and I can feel her tension slowly easing. I hold her close, my mind racing with thoughts of how to keep her safe, how to end this war before it spirals out of control. For now, all I can do is promise her my protection and hope it's enough.
Chapter 17. Zuri. Another chaotic shift. The ER hums with a mix of urgent whispers and shouted commands. I stitch up another young guy, his arm shredded from what looks like a knife fight. Another one? Marissa, my fellow nurse, eyes the guy on my table. That's the third one tonight. Yeah, looks like the same MO. I tie off the last stitch and glance at her. This is getting out of hand. Agreed. This has turf wars written all over it, gang shit. I sigh, thinking about Jax and his iron wolves. Right. The guy on my table curses, pulling my attention back. I pat his shoulder. Hang tight. You're good to go soon. He tries to sit up, wincing. Thanks. Gotta get back out there. They don't know when to quit. Who? I play dumb, hoping he might spill anything that'll put my suspicions to rest. Nothing you need to worry your pretty little head about. He smiles greasily. Of course. Radio silence. I finish up, but my mind races. I find myself lost in thought, leaning against the ER door. Hey, Zuri, Marissa calls. You okay? Yeah, just thinking. About that biker of yours? She smirks, but it fades when she sees my face. It's serious, huh? Yeah, it's serious. I pull off my gloves and toss them into the trash. Be careful, girl. You don't want to get tangled up in their drama. I know. But even as I say it, I know I'm already in too deep. Jax's world is violent, dangerous, the kind of life I promised myself I'd avoid. But here I am, treating the aftermath of his choices. I hear the door creak open and the heavy thud of boots on the floor. Jax walks in, his presence filling the room before I even see him. I step out of the kitchen, my eyes zeroing in on his bandaged knuckles and the fresh cut on his cheek. What happened? I demand, my voice sharper than intended. Nothing I couldn't handle, he mutters, dropping his keys on the table. Nothing you couldn't handle? I repeat, stepping closer. That cut needs stitches. He shrugs, avoiding my gaze. Good thing I know a nurse. I suppress the eye roll. Jax, people are getting hurt. You're getting hurt. I reach out, my fingers brushing the bandage on his hand. This isn't just about you anymore. His eyes finally meet mine, stormy and conflicted. Zuri, you don't understand. Then make me understand, I insist. He takes a step back, running a hand through his hair. It's not that simple. The Vipers are pushing us, and we can't back down. Can't or won't, I challenge. There's a difference, Jax. You're smart. You could find another way. He lets out a bitter laugh. Another way? Like what? Call and tell his mommy on him? I cross my arms, refusing to back down. You don't have to be an asshole. You're not a thug, Jax. You're a leader. Act like it. His eyes flash with anger. You think I enjoy this? You think I want to come home covered in blood? This is the only way to protect what's ours. And what about protecting me? I ask, my voice dropping. He steps closer, his expression softening. That's why you're here, to keep you safe. I scoff. I don't feel safe, Jax. Not when you're out there risking your life, not when you're bringing this violence to our doorstep. He reaches out, cupping my face in his hands. Zuri, I'm just trying to protect you. By tearing yourself apart, I whisper, feeling the tension between us like a live wire. This isn't protection, Jax. This is destruction. He pulls me closer, his forehead resting against mine. I don't know how to do this any other way. Then learn, I whisper back, my heart aching. I pull away from Jax's embrace, the warmth of his body replaced by a chill that seeps into my bones. The air between us thickens, charged with unspoken fears and frustrations. Because if you keep going like this, you're going to lose more than just a fight. He looks at me, his eyes stormy. But what if this is all I can offer you, Zuri? Then maybe I made a mistake, thinking this could be more, I say, my voice breaking. His face hardens, a mask of anger and hurt. You think I don't want more? You think I don't lie awake at night wondering if I'm good enough for you? Then show me, I plead, stepping closer. Show me that you can be more than just a soldier in a war that never ends. He grabs my shoulders, his grip almost painful. I'm fucking trying, Zuri. But you don't understand what it's like. The nightmares, the guilt. Every day, I wake up wondering if today's the day I lose another brother, or worse, you. My breath catches, the raw honesty in his words cutting through my anger. I'm scared too, but we can't let that fear destroy us. He releases me, his hands trembling. What if I can't change? What if I'm always this broken? I reach out, cupping his face. Then we face it together, but you have to let me in. You have to trust that I can handle it. His eyes search mine, the vulnerability there breaking my heart. I don't know if I can. Then I can't do this anymore, Jax, I say, my voice trembling. The words hang in the air, heavier than any I've spoken before. He stares at me, confusion morphing into anger. What are you trying to say, Zuri? I'm saying I'm done. I can't be a part of this. I turn, grabbing my duffel bag from the closet. Stop, he demands, stepping closer. You don't want to do this. Maybe not, but I have too. I insist, shoving more clothes into the bag. Not knowing, it's too much. Zuri, don't do this. His voice softens, pleading. We can figure it out. No, Jax, there's nothing to figure out. I zip the bag, my hands shaking. I can't keep waiting for them to wheel you in beyond repair. Then I'll leave, he says, desperation creeping into his tone. I'll give you space. We can talk later. No, I say firmly, slinging the bag over my shoulder. It's over. I need to go. Zuri, he steps in front of me, blocking the door. Don't leave like this. You're not safe out there. Move, I say, my voice breaking. He grabs my arm, not hard, but enough to stop me. Just be patient. I can fix this. Tears blur my vision as I yank my arm free. No, Jax. The point is you're not willing to fix this. Damn it, Zuri, he growls, his eyes flashing. You're making a mistake. Maybe, I whisper, my heart aching. But it's mine to make. I push past him, my legs trembling as I rush out the door. Behind me, I hear him call out, his voice a mix of anger and hurt. Zuri, come back. I don't stop. The door slams behind me, the finality of it echoing in my chest. I step into the night, the cool air biting at my skin. The tears spill over, hot and unchecked. Zuri? Jax's voice follows me, desperate and raw. Please. I fumble with my car keys, my hands shaking so badly I almost drop them. Finally, I manage to unlock the door and slide inside, slamming it shut behind me. He reaches the car just as I start the engine, his fist pounding on the window. Zuri, I can't keep you safe if you're not with me. I can't look at him. I throw the car into reverse, my heart breaking with every inch that separates us. As I drive away, his figure fades in the rearview mirror, a haunting reminder of what I'm leaving behind. The tears blur my vision, but I don't stop. I can't stop. I'm in shambles, just like the apartment I'm returning to.
Chapter 18. Jax. I throw myself into club business, trying to forget the pain of Zuri leaving. The anxiety of not being able to protect her eats away at me. I arrive at the clubhouse and am greeted by muted tones and hushed voices. I'm immediately put on edge. Something bad has happened. Call it a sixth sense. What the fuck is going on? I ask, to a packed room of troubled faces. Tank immediately rushes to my side, his face a storm cloud of fury and fear. Jax, we got a problem, he says, his voice tight. I lean forward, my senses sharpening. Spit it out, Tank. The Vipers, he starts, then pauses to gather himself. They've taken Dog's family. A silence falls over the room like a guillotine blade. Dog's old lady and kid are the only family he's got, and the Vipers know it. Rage simmers beneath my skin, hot and volatile. When? I ask, my voice cold as steel. An hour ago, Tank replies. Dog's a mess. They left a note. Said if we don't back off, they'll... Where's Dog? I cut him off, rising to my feet. Back room, Tank says, nodding towards the rear of the clubhouse. I stride past him, pushing open the door to the back room. Dog is pacing like a caged animal, his face pale, eyes wild. Dog, I say, grabbing his shoulder. We're gonna get them back. They took him, Jax, Dog chokes out. My little girl, my old lady. We'll get him, I repeat, my voice firm. Tell me everything. They ambushed them as they were bringing in groceries from the store, Dog explains, struggling to keep his composure. 4 of them, the neighbor said. They took my girls and left me with a message. He hands me a crumpled piece of paper. I smooth it out and read the scrawled threat. Back off, or they pay the price. Those bastards, I mutter, crushing the note in my fist. Tank, get the boys ready. We roll out in 10. Tank nods and disappears, barking orders. Everyone springs into action, the sound of boots and metal clinking filling the air as they suit up. Dog grabs my arm. Jax, you gotta save them. Please. We will, I assure him, but you need to stay here. You're too close to this. No way, he protests, shaking his head. I'm coming with you. Dog, I say, meeting his eyes. You need to trust me. I need you to stay here and hold down the fort. He looks like he's about to argue, but then he nods, his shoulders slumping. All right, but bring them back, Jax. I will, I promise, turning to leave. I head to the garage where the Iron Wolves are gathered, ready for war. Listen up, I shout, getting their attention. The Vipers fucked up this time. They took Dog's family. We're gonna get them back, and we're gonna make the Vipers regret ever touching them. A chorus of growls and curses rises from the group, their loyalty and anger palpable. Let's ride, I command, and we move out as one, engines roaring like thunder. The night air is cool against my face as we tear through the streets, my mind focused on the mission ahead. The Vipers have no idea what's coming. They messed with the wrong family, and they're about to find out just how far I'm willing to go to protect mine. I lead the wolves through the darkened streets, the roar of our engines drowning out my turbulent thoughts. The pit looms ahead, a grimy beacon in the night. My pulse pounds with a mix of rage and determination. We dismount in a flurry of leather and steel, the tension in the air electric. Tank, Axel, you're with me, I command, my voice steady. Blade, you and the rest cover the exits. No one gets out. Got it, Hammer, Blade replies, nodding sharply. He moves to position the others, their movements efficient and precise. We approach the bar, its neon sign flickering ominously. I kick the door open, stepping inside with Tank and Snake flanking me. The smell of stale beer and sweat hits me, but I ignore it, scanning the room. The vipers are scattered, their surprise quickly morphing into aggression. "Look who decided to grace our presence!" a sneering voice calls out. It's Razor, one of their lieutenants, lounging at the bar. "Come to lose more territory?" "Not tonight," I growl, advancing. "Where's Dog's family?" Razor laughs, a harsh sound that grates on my nerves. "You think you can just walk in here barking demands?" "Pretty much," I say, my hand twitching towards the knife at my belt. "Or I can start breaking bones until someone talks." A tense silence follows, broken only by the hum of the jukebox in the corner. Then a scuffle from the back room catches my attention. "Tank Axel now," I order, moving towards the noise. We push through a door, finding a Viper standing guard. He barely has time to react before Tank's fist connects with his jaw, dropping him. We step over the unconscious body, finding Dog's wife and kid tied up in the corner. "Mommy!" the little girl cries out, her voice trembling. Dog's old lady tries her best to console her from across the room. "You're safe now," I assure them, cutting through the ropes. "We're getting you out of here." As I help them to their feet, Razor and a couple of his goons burst into the room. "You're not going anywhere," Razor snarls, drawing a knife. "Like hell we aren't," I snap, stepping between them and Dog's family. "Tank, get them out. Axel, cover the rear." Tank nods, guiding the terrified pair towards the exit. Axel and I face off against Razor and his thugs, the room crackling with tension. "You really want to do this?" I ask, my grip tightening on my knife. "Bring it on, Hammer," Razor spits, lunging at me. We clash, the room erupting into chaos. I block Razor's swing, countering with a punch to his gut. He doubles over, gasping, but recovers quickly, slashing at me. I dodge, the blade grazing my arm, but I don't feel the pain. Adrenaline fuels me as I drive my knee into his ribs, sending him sprawling. "Stay down," I warn, but Razor's too stubborn for his own good. He struggles to his feet, a wild look in his eyes. Before he can make another move, Axel tackles one of the other goons, the two of them crashing into a table. The remaining Viper hesitates, glancing between me and Razor. "Walk away," I tell him, my voice low and deadly. Zuri's face flashes in my head. "This doesn't have to end with you in a hospital bed." He considers it for a moment, then drops his weapon and bolts. Razor glares at him, then back at me, hatred burning in his eyes. "Boys, let's roll," I yell. We retreat, Tank already outside with Dog's family, loading them in Rascal's truck. As we mount our bikes and roar away, I glance back at the pit, knowing this is far from over. But for tonight, it was. Days later, and the Vipers aren't backing down, and I can see it in my brother's eyes. They know it too. Snake wasn't too pleased with us swooping in and saving his hostages. The clubhouse feels like a war room, the air thick with tension and the smell of sweat and leather. "Tank, how's Dog's family holding up?" I ask, leaning against the bar. "They're shaken but safe," Tank replies, pouring himself a whiskey. "Dog's with them now. He's a mess, man." "I can imagine," I mutter, rubbing my temples. And I can. I've thought many, many times what I would do if Zuri was kidnapped. It's a thought that makes me sick to my fucking stomach. "What's the plan, Jax?" Rascal asks, looking to me for guidance. "We need to be smart about this. We increase our patrols, keep eyes on the pit and any other Viper hangouts. We need intel, and we need it now," I say, trying to keep my voice steady. "Got it," Tank nods. "We'll make sure they know we're watching." As the guys disperse to carry out their tasks, I'm left alone with my thoughts. The adrenaline is fading, replaced by a bone-deep exhaustion. I head to my office, shutting the door behind me. The quiet is a stark contrast to the chaos outside, but it does little to calm my mind. I sit at my desk, staring at the pile of paperwork that's been neglected for weeks. The MC life is taking its toll, and it's never been clearer. I can't shake the image of Zuri's face, the way she looked at me before she walked out. Her absence is a constant ache, a reminder of what I've lost. I miss her more than I care to admit. Her laughter, her strength, the way she challenged me like no one else ever has. I push the thought aside, focusing on the task at hand. There's no room for weakness. Not now. The phone rings, jolting me from my reverie. It's Blade, his voice urgent. "We've got movement at the pit. Looks like the Vipers are gearing up for something big." "I'm on my way," I say, grabbing my Cuda and heading for the door. As I ride out into the night, I can't help but think of Zuri. I'm torn between the life I've chosen and the woman I can't forget. The road ahead is uncertain, but one thing is clear. This war is far from over.
Chapter 19. Zuri. The coffee's gone cold, and my textbooks look more like abstract art than anything I can comprehend. I rub my temples, staring at the same paragraph for the 5th time. "This is ridiculous," I mutter, flipping the page in frustration. My mind isn't on hemodynamics or trauma protocols. It's on a certain rugged biker with steel blue eyes. The knock on my door snaps me out of my daze. "Come in," I call, hoping for a distraction. Marissa saunters in with her ever-present smirk. "You look like you're contemplating setting your textbooks on fire." I laugh, though it's half-hearted. "Not far off. Can't focus." "Jax?" she asks, plopping down on the couch beside me. I groan, slamming my book shut. "Yeah, I keep seeing his stupid face every time I try to study." Lila chuckles. "Well, he is stupidly handsome. But seriously, you've got to focus. These exams are tough as shit, speaking from experience, you know." I know, I say, running a hand through my curls. "Throw me some note cards. I'll quiz you," Marissa says as she sits down on the couch. After an hour of back and forth, and note card after damn note card, I decide I need a wine break. I get up to stretch my legs and grab 2 glasses from the cabinet and pour myself and Marissa a drink and return to the living room. Ugh! I throw the book onto the coffee table. "This is hopeless." Marissa raises an eyebrow. "So what are you gonna do? Keep pining or actually talk to him?" "I don't know," I admit. "He's so wrapped up in his club business, and I'm trying to save lives here. We're from 2 different worlds." Marissa shrugs. "Opposites attract, or so they say. Maybe you need to find some middle ground." Easier said than done, I sigh, leaning back. His life is dangerous. I see the aftermath of that kind of violence every day at the hospital. "True," Lila says, her tone more serious. "But you can't deny the connection you have. Maybe it's worth figuring out." "You're supposed to be providing studying advice, not relationship advice." Throwing a pillow at her, she laughs. Fine, as she holds her hands up in defeat slash. I glance at my notes, the pages filled with scribbles and highlighted text. I need to focus on my exams first, one thing at a time. "Good plan," Marissa agrees. I glance at the chart of my next patient, a young man, barely 18, brought in with a stab wound to the right lower quadrant. The incident report mentions a brawl involving some MC members. Great, just what I need. More reminders of Jax and his dangerous world. I push the curtain aside and step in. The kid looks up, his face pale, eyes wide with pain. "Hey there, I'm Zuri. Let's take a look at that wound." He nods, biting his lip. "Name's Caleb." As I examine the injury, I try to distract him. "So, Caleb, how'd you get mixed up in all this?" "Wrong place, wrong time," he mutters, wincing as I clean the wound. Joined the MC to avoid trouble, but it found me anyway. I raise an eyebrow. Joined to avoid trouble? That's a new one. He lets out a bitter laugh. "Yeah, I know it sounds crazy, but it's true. I was on the streets doing God knows what. Iron Wolves took me in, gave me a family. kept me out of real trouble. I paused, looking at him. So you're saying the MC saved you? He nods, wincing again. Yeah, I mean, it's not perfect. There's violence, sure, but it's better than what I had before. At least now I have people who've got my back. I finished bandaging his wound, my mind racing. You ever think about leaving? Doing something else? He shrugs. Thought about it. But where would I go? What would I do? At least with the MC, I have a purpose. I'm not just another statistic. His words hit me harder than I expect. I think about Jax, his tough exterior, and the world he's wrapped up in. Maybe it's not as black and white as I thought. Maybe there's more to it than just violence and danger. I give Caleb a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Well, you're lucky to have found something that gives you a sense of belonging. Just stay safe, okay? He smiles weakly. I'll try. Thank you, ma'am. I finish stitching up Caleb's wound, his words replaying in my mind. The Iron Wolves aren't just a gang. They've given people like Caleb a second chance, a family. I think back to the free clinic, where I've seen their protection firsthand. Is he going to be okay? Marissa's voice breaks my thoughts. She's leaning against the doorframe, arms crossed. Yeah, thank God he's a good kid. A good kid in a motorcycle gang? She questions. I nod, sighing. The Iron Wolves, they've done a lot of good too, you know. They protected the clinic, made sure we were safe. Marissa steps closer, curiosity lighting up her eyes. They did what? Remember when I volunteered last month? Some rival gang was causing a scene in front of the clinic, scaring the patients. Jax and them showed up out of nowhere, chased them off, and stayed until we locked up. Her eyes widen. No way. I didn't know they were involved. I know it sounds crazy, but it's true. Jax has this protective side. When he's around, I feel like nothing bad can happen. So what's the problem then? She teases. The problem is the violence, the constant danger. I see the aftermath every day at the hospital. I don't want to get dragged into that. Marissa sits down beside me, her expression serious. Zuri, life's always going to be dangerous. You work in an ER for God's sake, but if you care about him, really care, maybe it's worth the risk. I bite my lip, the memory of Jax's touch lingering on my skin. Maybe, but how do I know he's worth it? You don't, she says simply, but you'll never know if you don't give it a shot. Her words hang in the air, heavy with truth. I look at my textbook, but the words blur. My mind is already made up. I need to see Jax, talk to him, figure out where we stand. Thanks, girl. I think I needed to hear that. Anytime. Now go get your man, she says with a wink. I grab my phone, my heart racing. It's time to take a leap, to see if this connection with Jax is worth fighting for. My thumb hovers over the screen, heart pounding like it's auditioning for a drum solo. The cursor blinks at me, daring me to hit send. Screw it, I mutter, and press the button. The text flies off into the ether. Can we talk? I toss my phone into my scrub pocket, pacing the hall. What am I doing? Am I really ready to hear him out? To maybe admit I was wrong? The phone buzzes. I snatch it up, my stomach doing somersaults. Name the time and place. Straight to the point. Typical Jax. I type back quickly before I lose my nerve. I'm off tomorrow, 7 p.m., the coffee shop on 5th. His response is almost immediate. See you then. I drop onto the couch, the weight of my decision settling in. One thing at a time, Zuri, I tell myself. Tomorrow I'll face Jax. Tonight I'll try to focus on my studies.
Chapter 20. Jax. Can we talk? Zuri's text hits my phone like a lifeline. Relief floods through me, but I'm not about to let myself get too comfortable. Not yet. Her message is simple, asking if we can talk. Maybe, just maybe, she's thinking about coming back. I've been thinking too. A lot. The Viper's president is a stubborn bastard, and this turf war is going nowhere fast. Maybe it's time to step back from active leadership. Let someone else handle the front lines. The thought of a life with Zuri makes that decision easier to swallow. The clubhouse is quiet tonight. The usual banter and laughter are absent, replaced by a heavy tension. Everyone's feeling the strain of the ongoing feud. I spot Tank nursing a beer at the bar, his massive frame hunched over like he's carrying the weight of the world. "Tank, you good?" I ask, grabbing a beer for myself. He looks up, eyes shadowed with fatigue. "As good as it gets, boss. Heard from Zuri?" "Yeah," I say, unable to keep the hint of a smile off my face. "She wants to talk." "Good luck with that," he mutters, taking a long swig of his beer. "Women, man, they're complicated." "Ain't that the truth?" I reply, clinking my bottle against his. I leave Tank to his thoughts and head to my office. I drop into my chair, staring at the ceiling. The Iron Wolves have been my life, but Zuri, she's something else. My phone buzzes again, another text from Zuri. My heart skips a beat as I read it. "I'm off tomorrow, 7 p.m. The coffee shop on 5th. Without hesitation, I reply, "See you then." The sandwich shop on 5th has a warm glow, its light spilling onto the sidewalk where Zuri stands. She looks stunning, even in the soft evening light. Her dark curls frame her face, and her eyes are focused on something in the distance. For a moment, I just watch her, trying to steady the racing of my heart. I approach, each step measured, rehearsing my apology, my explanation, my plea for a second chance. "Zuri," I say, my voice more gruff than I intend. "Thanks for meeting me." She turns and the sight of her takes my breath away. She's even more beautiful up close. I open my mouth to start my practice speech, but she doesn't give me the chance. Instead, she lunges at me, her lips crashing into mine. Her hands grip my shoulders, pulling me down to her level, and I can't help but groan. It's been too long since I felt her against me. I can't let you continue. This chapter is too extreme for YouTube. Go to tylawalker.com with the code SAVE40 to keep reading.
This is it, baby. This is what you can get me that'll make me happy.
You know I'll get you whatever you want. All you need to do is ask me and I'll give it to you.
This ain't just it. This is everything I could ever want.
Now I'm curious. What does a strong, sassy woman like yourself want so badly?
Baby, you know what I want?
Can't wait to hear.
The Big Baddie Bundle from Tyla Walker. It has everything I need.
20 ebooks with over 1 million words of sassy romance and spice that'll keep you on your toes.
10 audiobooks containing over 60 hours of that seductive voice telling me naughty things all night long.
You don't need an audiobook for that, baby. Right here.
You may be fine and all, but no one tells it like the way Miss Tyla does. And I need her in my life.
The Big Baddie Bundle is everything you need. You can get it for 80% off.
Go to tylawalker.com to browse the bundles that earn you the best deals.
It's time you treat yourself. Because you deserve it.
Escape your life with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 21. Jax. The door chimes as we walk into the sandwich shop, the aroma of freshly baked bread and grilled meats hitting us like a warm, inviting wave. Zuri walks ahead of me, and I can't help but admire the way she moves, still feeling the heat from our alley encounter. We find a booth by the window and sit down, an awkward silence settling between us. The waitress comes over, pen poised. "What can I get y'all?" "I'll have a turkey club, extra bacon," I say. "Same for me, but hold the bacon," Zuri adds, her voice steady. The waitress nods and heads off, leaving us in the quiet again. I tap my fingers on the table, stealing glances at Zuri. She looks like she's about to say something, then stops. I do the same, and our eyes meet. We both start talking at the same time. You... We laugh, breaking the tension. Ladies first, I say, leaning back in my seat. She takes a deep breath, her eyes locking onto mine. I'm sorry for just throwing myself at you like that. I pretty much attacked you. I just saw you and something came over me. I just couldn't help myself. I smirk, reaching across the table to take her hand. No need to apologize. You can attack me anytime, Will. Not with weapons. I have a little PTSD being in the service and all. I stop, noticing that my attempt at being funny and lessening the awkwardness isn't helping. But yeah, I agree we need to talk. I've got something I've been needing to talk to you about. She squeezes my hand, her expression serious. I've been thinking a lot about you and I, Jax. About your life, the MC, everything. Yeah, well, I've definitely been thinking about you too. And some of the other shit has been on my mind as well, I admit, my thumb brushing over her knuckles. I know that it's asking a lot of you to take on all my shit, and I don't want you getting hurt because of me. I look at Zuri, her eyes intense and full of questions. Let me have it, Zuri. Tell me your thoughts. Tell me your fears. Tell me what I can do to make this work. I prompt, wanting to hear her out before I dive into my own mess of thoughts. Before she can answer, her phone buzzes loudly on the table. She glances at it and her face changes. Damn it. I'm on call and there's an emergency at the ER. It's almost like the temperature drops damn near subpolar in the restaurant. My stomach pitches, and I have this bad feeling that something bad has happened. Call it intuition. But when I got this feeling overseas, I was right more often than not. I'm pulling my phone out to call Axel as it starts to ring. I glance at the screen. It's Brick, one of my lieutenants. Brick, what is it? I answer, dread pooling in my gut. Boss, we got hit. Major attack outside the clubhouse. Vipers came out of nowhere. We need you here now. My grip tightens on the phone. Motherfuckers, how bad? It's bad, Jax. Some of the guys are down. They had fucking guns, man. God damn it, hold down the fort, I say as I hang up the phone. I look at Zuri, who's texting away, letting the hospital know she's coming in, I'm sure. She meets my gaze, worry etched on her face. I've got to get to the clubhouse, I tell her. Please tell me it's no correlation to why I just got called in, she asks ruefully. I'm afraid so. I'm so fucking sorry, Zuri, I say. It seems like it's always something. Hey, duty calls. For me too, it seems, she says with a sad smile. I stand, willing my legs to carry me towards the door. Please be careful, she says. Always, I say, my voice rough. You too. Stay safe. She nods, then shoots up, surprising me with a quick, fierce kiss. Now go, she says, her voice urgent. I head outside to the street, the air already seeming to suffocate me. I straddle the bike and rev it up, feeling the engine roar to life beneath me. I grip the handlebars, ready to gun it, but something in my gut tells me to stop. I swing my leg off the bike, the gravel crunching under my boots as I stride back toward the restaurant. Zuri's already outside, phone pressed to her ear, her face a mask of worry. Zuri, I call out, my voice cutting through the noise of the street. She turns, eyes widening. Jax, what are you doing? You should have been gone. I know, but listen, I say, stepping closer, the urgency in my voice matching the pounding of my heart. I need you to wait for me. I'm going to get this all figured out, but there's something I really need to talk to you about. Just please don't go AWOL on me again. She lowers her phone, biting her lip. Jax, please, I interrupt, my tone softer now. I just need you to trust me. She searches my eyes, her own filled with a mix of frustration and something else. Something that looks a lot like hope. Okay, she finally says, but don't make me regret this. I nod, a small smile tugging at my lips. You won't. I promise. With that, I turn and jog back to my bike, the engine roaring to life beneath me. As I speed away, the wind whipping against my face, I replay her words in my head. She's giving me another chance, and I'm not about to screw it up.
Chapter 22. Zuri. The hospital looms ahead, a mess of lights and sirens. I park, grab my bag, and hustle inside, dodging gurneys and frantic staff. The madness is thick tonight, more than usual. Zuri, thank God you're here, Marcy, one of the senior nurses says, waving me over. Her eyes dart around like she's trying to keep up with the pandemonium. We're drowning. What's going on? I ask, already knowing the answer but needing confirmation. MC war. It's bad this time, Zuri. Really bad. I feel a knot tighten in my stomach. Jax's world spilling into mine in the worst way, accompanied by the worry of if he's okay or not. Where do you need me? Trauma, Bay 3. They've got 3 criticals. Go. I push through the crowded hallways, the scent of cauterized skin assaulting my nostrils. As I enter the trauma bay, I hear snippets of conversations that paint a grim picture. He's losing too much blood. Get the crash cart now. Hold him down, damn it. I dive in, snapping on gloves. What do we got? Multiple GSWs, Dr. Ramirez says without looking up from the patient he's working on. Chest, abdomen, he's unstable. I glance at the young man on the table, his face pale and drenched in sweat. Okay, let's get some more fluids going. I'll monitor his vitals. I work quickly, methodically, my training kicking in, but my mind keeps wandering to Jax. Please don't let him be one of the patients here tonight. Zuri, focus. I mutter to myself, pushing those thoughts aside. The patient's heart rate spikes on the monitor, and I bark orders for meds to stabilize him. A commotion at the entrance draws my attention. 2 more gurneys roll in, both carrying battered bikers. One of them groans, clutching his side where blood seeps through his fingers. Put them here, I instruct, pointing to the available spaces. Get a line in him, stat. It's controlled chaos as I continue to work tirelessly. Blood, screams, and the beeping of machines fill the air. My hands move on autopilot as I treat more Iron Wolves members and civilians alike. Hold him down, he's seizing, I shout, rushing to help stabilize a civilian with head trauma. Get a sedative for him, now. Once he's stable, I move to the next gurney. An Iron Wolf member, a burly guy with a patch over one eye, grits his teeth as I clean his wounds. Don't be a hero, man. You need stitches, I say, grabbing the suture kit. He groans. He told me you were sassy, Nurse Zuri. Who told you? I retort, focusing on his gash. Jax, of course, he replies. Who else would I be talking about? What's your name? I ask him. Tank. Tank, huh? Fitting. Well, Tank, try not to flex, all right? He chuckles, wincing. No promises? As I work on stitching up Tank, I can't help but notice the other Iron Wolves supporting each other in ways I hadn't expected. It's like a locker room full of high school boys at halftime, hyping themselves up for a win. One biker, covered in tattoos and bruises, leans over another who's holding his side and groaning. Hang in there, Bear, the tattooed one says, his voice gruff but filled with concern. You're gonna be all right, Bear grunts. Thanks, Viper. You always know how to sweet-talk me? Viper laughs, a sound that's more genuine than I'd expect in this chaos. You wish, brother. I just don't want you bleeding all over my damn bike. Priorities, Bear mutters, his eyes closing briefly. I finish with Tank, patting his shoulder. You're good to go. Just don't go lifting any weights or punching anyone for a while. He nods, giving me a small grateful smile. Thanks, Zuri. You're tougher than you look. I move to Bear and Viper, checking Bear's wound. This needs more than a patch job. You're coming with me. Viper helps Bear onto a gurney, staying close as I wheel him to another bay. You take care of him, nurse. I glance at Viper, seeing the worry etched in his features. I will, but you need to take care of yourself, too. He nods, stepping back reluctantly. Just do your magic. As I start cleaning Bear's wound, he winces but tries to hold still. Thanks, Zuri. Viper's right. You're tougher than you look. Yeah, well, you guys aren't the only ones who've seen some stuff, I say, my hand steady despite the tension. Hold still. This might sting a bit. Bear hisses but doesn't move. I've had worse, but I appreciate the heads up. The more I work on these men, the more I see their brotherhood in a new light. They're not just a gang causing chaos. They're a family. They look out for each other, support each other in ways that go beyond blood. Viper returns, a fresh bandage on his arm. How's he doing? He'll live, I say, finishing the stitches. But he needs rest and no more fights for a while. Bear chuckles weakly. You hear that, Viper? Doctor's orders. Viper grins, relief evident in his eyes. I'll make sure he behaves. As I move to the next patient, the chaos of the night continues around me, but my perspective shifts. The Iron Wolves are more than their rough exterior. They're men who've found a family in each other, who protect and care in ways that matter. And maybe, just maybe, Jax's world isn't as black and white as I thought. As gurney after gurney roll in, my heart skips a beat. The chaos around me blurs as I scan their faces. None have been Jax, well, at least not this far. Relief washes over me, but it's short-lived. The thought of him rolling in here one of these gurneys keeps gnawing at me. Hey, nurse, you looking for someone in particular? One of the bikers on a nearby bed asks, his eyes narrowing as he studies me. Just doing my job, I say, not meeting his gaze. You're worried about Hammer, aren't you? He continues, a knowing smirk playing on his lips. I don't answer, focusing on the patient in front of me. But he's right. I am worried, more than worried. I realize now that I've fallen for Jax, hard, despite everything, despite the danger and the chaos. Is he all right? I finally ask, my voice barely above a whisper. The biker shrugs. Last I saw, he was kicking ass and taking names, but who knows now? My stomach churns. I finish stitching up the head wound, giving the biker a pat on the shoulder. You're good to go. Take it easy, all right? He grins. Thanks, nurse. And don't worry about Hammer. He's tough as nails. Don't I know it? I say as I leave the room. I just hope that remains the truth. Chapter 23. Zuri. The sight of Jax walking into the hospital sends a wave of relief crashing over me. He's not on a gurney or in a body bag, just sporting a few cuts and bruises, or at least that I can see. I drop everything and rush to him, my heart pounding in my chest. Zuri, he says, his voice rough around the edges, but steady. I throw my arms around him, holding him tight. The familiar scent of him fills my nostrils, grounding me in this moment. Thank God, I whisper, my face pressed against his chest. I was so scared. He wraps his arms around me, pulling me closer. I'm okay, he murmurs, his lips brushing against my hair. Just a few scratches. I pull back slightly, scanning his face. A few scratches? You look like you went 12 rounds with a freight train. He chuckles, a sound that eases the tension in my chest. You should see the other guy. I smack his arm lightly. That's not funny, Jax. He winces but keeps a smile on his face. It's a little funny. I shake my head, a mix of frustration and relief bubbling up. "You're impossible." "How bad's the damage?" Jax asks, his eyes scanning the bustling ER. I bite my lip, hesitating for a moment before nodding. "Come with me." We weave through the crowded hallways. I lead him to a row of rooms where his club members are being treated. The sight is sobering. Bikers with bandaged limbs, bruised faces, and a few with more serious injuries. Jax's expression hardens as he takes it all in. "Jesus," he mutters under his breath. "Hey, Prez," one of the bikers, a young guy named Tommy, calls out from his bed trying to sit up. "We thought you were a goner." Jax strides over, placing a hand on Tommy's shoulder. "Not a chance, kid. How you holding up?" Tommy winces, but manages a grin. "Been better. Doc says I'll be back on my bike in no time, though." "Good," Jax says, his tone firm but gentle. "You rest up. We need you at full strength." I watch as Jax moves from bed to bed, checking on each member. He ruffles the hair of another younger guy, probably no older than 18, and shares a quiet word with an older biker whose arm is in a sling. The way he interacts with them, like a big brother, even a father to some, it's eye-opening. "Don't worry, we'll get through this," he assures them, his presence a calming force amidst the chaos. "You know the drill. Stick together. Watch each other's backs." One of the older members, Mac, nods at Jax. "We got your back, Hammer. Always." Jax's jaw tightens, but he gives a short nod. "I know, and I got yours." As I stand there, taking in the scene, I realize just how wrong I was about him. Jax isn't just some reckless biker. He's a leader, a protector. He cares deeply for his club, for these men who are more like family to him. "Zuri," Jax's voice pulls me from my thoughts. He's standing in front of me now, concern etched on his face. "You okay?" I nod, my throat tight. "Yeah, I didn't realize." He raises an eyebrow. "Realize what?" "How much you care about them. How much they care about you." Jax shrugs, but there's a softness in his eyes. "They're my family. I'd do anything for them." And just like that, the pieces start to fall into place. Maybe I was too quick to judge. Maybe there's more to Jax and the Iron Wolves than I ever gave them credit for. "You need to go home and rest," I say, crossing my arms. The fatigue is etched into every line on his face, but he stands firm, unyielding. "I'm not going anywhere with you here unprotected," he replies, his tone leaving no room for argument. I roll my eyes, but there's no denying the warmth his protectiveness stirs in me. "I'm a big girl, Jax. I can take care of myself." He steps closer, his presence as overwhelming as always. "Not taking any chances, Zuri." I open my mouth to argue, but the exhaustion in his eyes stops me. He's running on fumes, yet he's here, making sure I'm safe. "Fine, but only because my shift's over." His shoulders relax a fraction, and he gives me a small, satisfied nod. "Good. Let's get out of here." We make our way through the ER. The sharp scent of antiseptic mingles with the low hum of hurried conversations and the occasional cry of pain. It's a world I've grown accustomed to, but with Jax by my side, it feels different, charged almost. Outside, the night air is cool against my skin, a stark contrast to the stuffy hospital. Jax's bike is parked near the entrance, its chrome gleaming under the streetlights. "You want a ride?" he asks, already knowing my answer. "Are you sure you're okay enough to drive?" I question, concerned. "Do you really think I would put you at risk on the back of this thing if I didn't think I was good enough to drive?" he says matter-of-factly. I smirk. "Well, in that case, like you ever need to ask." He hands me a helmet. and I strap it on, feeling the weight of the day lift slightly. The roar of the engine is a welcome distraction, vibrating through me as I climb on behind him. My arms wrap around his solid frame, and for a moment, everything else fades away. We speed through the quiet streets, the wind whipping past us. The city lights blur into streaks of color, and I press closer to Jax, finding comfort in his warmth. It's a strange feeling, this mix of adrenaline and safety, but I welcome it. As soon as we step inside his apartment, I take one look at Jax and know he's in worse shape than he's letting on. "Go sit," I order, pointing to the direction of the bathroom. He raises an eyebrow. "Bossy much?" he says as he heads that way. "Do you want me to kick your ass or patch you up?" He smirks, but obeys, lowering himself onto the edge of the tub. I rummage through his medicine cabinet, finding a basic first aid kit. It'll have to do. "Take off your shirt," I say, turning back to him. "Easy, Nurse Zuri. You might give your patient a heart attack. I've had a dirty nurse fantasy since I hit puberty." I roll my eyes, but can't deny the way my pulse quickens as he peels off his shirt, revealing a canvas of bruises and cuts. Yeah, I'll talk. Just hold still." I kneel in front of him, the smell of antiseptic mixing with the faint scent of his cologne. My fingers are steady as I clean a particularly nasty cut on his side. He hisses, his muscles tensing under my touch. "Thought you were tough," I tease, dabbing at the wound. "Tough doesn't mean bulletproof," he grumbles, but there's a hint of a smile on his lips. I work in silence for a while, the only sounds between us being the rustle of bandages and the occasional wince from Jax. As I move to a gash on his arm, I feel his eyes on me, studying me. I finish bandaging his arm and lean back, satisfied with my work. "There, good as new." I take a step back, giving him some space. "We should probably finish talking," I say, trying to keep my tone light despite the knot in my stomach. Jax shakes his head, a tired smile tugging at his lips. "Not tonight, Zuri. Tonight, I just want to rest and be with you." The sincerity in his eyes softens my resolve. I let out a breath I didn't realize I was holding. "Fine," I say, crossing my arms. "But this conversation isn't over." He chuckles, reaching out to pull me closer. "Wouldn't dream of it." We move to the living room, and I sink into the plush couch, the tension in my muscles finally easing. Jax joins me, stretching out beside me, his arm draped over my shoulders. The warmth of his body is comforting, a reminder that despite everything, he's here. "Do you ever stop worrying?" he asks, his thumb tracing lazy circles on my arm. "Not in my nature," I reply, resting my head against his chest. The steady beat of his heart is soothing, a counterpoint to the chaos of the day. "Well, try to relax," he murmurs, his fingers threading through my hair. "Just for tonight." I close my eyes, letting the sound of his voice wash over me. It's not easy to shut off the part of my brain that's constantly analyzing, worrying, planning. But with Jax here, it feels possible. "Tell me something good," I say, needing a distraction from the dark thoughts that threaten to creep in. He hums thoughtfully. "Something good, huh? All right. How about this? The club's planning a charity ride next month, raising money for veterans' families." I lift my head, surprised. "Really? That's actually amazing." He grins, a hint of pride in his eyes. "Yeah, we try to give back when we can." I smile, a warmth spreading through my chest. "I knew there was more to you than meets the eye." He snorts. "Don't go spreading that around. I got a reputation to maintain." I laugh, the sound light and genuine. "Your secret's safe with me." We lapse into a comfortable silence. the weight of the day's events slowly melting away. It's strange how right this feels. Being here with him, sharing this moment of peace amidst the storm. Zuri, he says quietly, breaking the silence. Let's go to bed. I look up at him, my heart swelling with an emotion I can't quite name. Okay. He leans down, pressing a gentle kiss to my forehead. Everything is gonna be all right. And for the first time in a long time, I believe it.
Chapter 24. Jax. She shifts closer, her scent, a mix of lavender, filling the space between us. I catch her gaze, and the heat in her eyes makes my blood boil. Damn, this woman. Hold still, I'm almost done, Zuri says, her voice all business as she dabs antiseptic on the cut on my eyebrow. Not my first rodeo, sweetheart. Yeah, but you're acting like a big baby. I snort. You know, I've taken bullets with less fuss. She raises an eyebrow. Really? You want a cookie for that? I grin, despite the sting. She's got fire, and it's one of the things that draws me to her. That, and how she looks at me like I'm worth saving. It's tiring, you know, I say, hoping my vulnerability isn't oozing from my voice. What is? She asks, not looking up from her work. I lean forward, the tub creaking under my weight. Keeping the demons at bay. Demons? She looks up, clearly concerned. Yeah, from the army. From everything. She pauses, her eyes searching mine. You're more than your past, Jax. I swallow hard. You don't know the half of it. Then tell me. Her fingers brush against my skin, and I feel a warmth spreading through me that has nothing to do with the cream she's applying to my cut. I want to pull her into my arms and never let go, but I know I don't deserve her. She's too kind, too pure for a guy like me. It's not that simple, Zuri. It could be, she says softly. I close my eyes, trying to block out the images of war, of the violence I've inflicted and seen. But her voice pulls me back, grounding me. Jax, look at me. I do, and I see nothing but sincerity in her eyes. You're a good man. You've got a good heart. How can you say that after everything you've seen? Because I see you with your club. I see how you protect them, how you protect me. I shake my head. I'm no saint, Zuri. No, but you're not a monster either. Her words hit me like a punch to the gut. I've always believed I was too broken, too damaged to deserve anything good. But here she is, seeing something in me I can't even see in myself. Why do you care so much? I ask, my voice barely a whisper. Because you matter to me, she says, her eyes never leaving mine. I feel something shift inside me, something I haven't felt in a long time. Hope. Maybe, just maybe, there's a chance for me. For us. I can't resist anymore. I grab her wrist, pulling her closer. Zuri, I say, my voice rough. I can't stay away from you any longer. She's silent, her eyes searching mine. Without warning, I lean in, my lips brushing against hers. It's a soft, tentative kiss, but it's enough to set my whole body on fire. I deepen the kiss, pulling her onto my lap, my hands gripping her hips. She moans into my mouth, and I lose whatever control I was holding on to. Zuri, I murmur against her lips. I need you. Then take me, she says, her eyes pooling with desire. I lift Zuri onto the bathroom sink counter, her legs instinctively wrapping around my waist. The cold surface contrasts with the warmth radiating from her body, and it sends a shiver up my spine. I take a moment to just look at her, her dark eyes full of something that feels like hope and fear all rolled into one. You're staring, she says, a hint of a smile tugging at her lips. Can't help it. You're beautiful. Jax, she murmurs against my mouth, her hands threading through my hair. Yeah? Shut up and kiss me. I chuckle, obliging her. The kiss deepens, growing more urgent. My hands move to her waist, pulling her closer, needing to feel every inch of her against me. Her fingers dig into my shoulders, and I can't tell if it's from passion or the need to steady herself, maybe both. I break the kiss, trailing my lips down her neck, tasting the saltiness of her skin. Her breath hitches and she tilts her head to give me better access. My hands slide under her shirt, caressing the smooth plane of her stomach, the curve of her waist. She's trembling, and I love that I can affect her this way. My hands slide down to her scrub bottoms, tugging at the waistband. Her eyes widen and she grips my wrists. What are you doing? I smirk, leaning in to brush my lips against her ear. You took care of me. Now it's my turn to take care of you. She shakes her head, a laugh escaping her lips. Jax, I've been working all day. I need a shower. I let out a low growl, the thought of her all sweaty and exhausted from saving lives making my pulse quicken. I don't give a crap. You've been patching up my brothers, saving their asses. There's nothing more sexy than that. Her breath hitches and I take advantage, pulling her scrub bottoms down in one swift motion. She shivers as the cool air hits her skin, but she doesn't stop me. Instead, she bites her lip, her eyes locked on mine. You're crazy, you know that? She murmurs, her hands now resting on my shoulders. Crazy for you, I reply, my voice thick with desire. I press my lips to her collarbone, feeling her heartbeat quicken beneath my touch. I have to stop you here because it's too spicy for YouTube, but head over to tylawalker.com with the code SAVE40 to continue where you left off.
Chapter 25. Zuri. Laying naked in Jax's beautiful, king-sized bed, I trace the tattoos on his chest with my fingertips. The room is dim, shadows dancing on the walls as the moonlight seeps through the curtains. His arm draped over me feels like a protective barrier, and for the first time in a while, I feel a strange sense of calm. Jax, I start, my voice breaking the comfortable silence. So about that talk, I've been thinking. He raises an eyebrow, his steel blue eyes searching mine. Yeah? And what's that beautiful mind of yours been thinking? I smile at his compliment but push forward. I admit I used to see the Iron Wolves as just another gang. Violence, chaos, all that. But after all of this, I see there's more to it. More, huh? His tone is guarded, but I catch a glimmer of curiosity. I see the way you all look out for each other. It's like a family. I saw it at the hospital. The way your guys rallied around each other, supported each other. It's different from what I expected. Different how? He leans back against the headboard, pulling me closer. I take a deep breath, gathering my thoughts. I saw things people on the outside don't see. I saw the kid who got recruited instead of joining a gang. He said you guys gave him a second chance. I guess I didn't realize how much good you do for the community. Jax's hand moves to my hair, gently playing with the curls. We're not saints, Zuri, but we try to keep our people safe. Give them a place to belong. It's a terrible fucking feeling like you're an outsider. I know that now, and I understand why you're part of it. It's like the army, isn't it? Brotherhood, purpose. He nods, his gaze softening. Yeah, it's a lot like that. Minus the grenades and fighter jets, he says with a snicker. I lean into his touch, feeling the warmth of his skin against mine. I'm sorry I judged you and your crew at first. It's just, seeing the violence, the danger, it scared me, still does. I get it, he says, his voice a low rumble. This life ain't easy, and it's not for everyone. But you, he pauses, looking deeply into my eyes. You're a soldier on the front lines at the hospital, so you know where I'm coming from. I chuckle, shaking my head. I'm just trying to keep up and get to work on time. He pulls me closer, his lips brushing against my forehead. You're doing more than that. You're keeping me sane, Zuri, and that's no small feat. We lay there in silence for a moment, the weight of our conversation settling around us. I feel a sense of peace, knowing that we're finally on the same page. Jax, I whisper, looking up at him. I'm not asking you to change. Just be careful. For me. Jax's hand tightens around mine, his expression hardening. I'm putting an end to this war, Zuri. I won't let anyone else get hurt, especially not you. The intensity in his eyes sends a shiver down my spine. And how do you plan on doing that? The Vipers aren't exactly the negotiating type. I'll find a way. His tone is final, leaving no room for argument. I'm not losing you again over this. I sit up, the sheets pooling around my waist. Jax, it's your life, your club. You can't just walk away from it. He mirrors my movement, our faces inches apart. I'm not walking away. I'm changing the rules. We don't need this bloodshed. We can protect our territory without all this chaos. Easier said than done, I mutter, though my heart swells at his determination. I've faced worse, he says, his voice low. I've led men through hell and back. I can handle this. I can't help but smile. Typical Jax Hawkins. He leans in, capturing my lips in a searing kiss. It's not gentle or hesitant. It's raw, desperate, filled with unspoken promises. I take a deep breath, my eyes locked on his. Jax, I need to say something and I don't want you to interrupt. He smirks. When have I ever interrupted you? I roll my eyes. Just let me talk, okay? Fine, he says, his smirk softening into something warmer. These past few weeks have been intense. I start, searching for the right words. I didn't expect to meet someone like you, let alone fall for you. He stiffens slightly, his eyes narrowing. Fall for me, huh? Yeah, I say, my voice steady. I know it sounds crazy, considering everything, but I care about you. More than I should, probably. He's silent for a moment, his thumb brushing against my cheek. You're serious about this? I nod, the weight of my words hanging in the air. I am. I've seen the good you do, Jax, and I can be a part of that, with you. He leans in, his lips capturing mine in a fierce kiss. When he pulls back, his eyes are blazing with an intensity that makes my heart race. You don't get it, do you? You're not just some girl to me, Zuri. You're everything. My breath catches in my throat. Jax? No, listen, he says, his grip tightening. I've been through the ringer, seen shit no one should see, but you make me want to be better. For you, for us. Tears prick at the corners of my eyes, but I blink them away. I feel the same way. I love you, Zuri, he says, the words gruff but filled with conviction. And I'm not letting you go again, over my dead fucking body. Hearing those words sends a thrill through me, like a jolt of electricity. I love you too, Jax. He pulls me into his arms, holding me tightly. Good. 'Cause I already talked to Greta about getting you a kutta with Hammer's old lady on it. How do you feel about the nickname Nurse Zoe? He looks down at me with a cheesy smile. I laugh, the sound muffled against his chest. I think I can live with that. We lay there in silence, our hearts beating in sync. For the first time in a long while, I feel like I'm exactly where I'm supposed to be. And with Jax by my side, I know we can face whatever comes our way.
Chapter 26. Jax. I wake up and immediately sense something's off. The apartment is too quiet, too empty. I stretch out a hand, but Zuri's side of the bed is cold. Panic claws at my gut. There's no way she would have just up and left. Not after what we shared last night. Something has happened. I sit up, scanning the room. Everything's where it should be. Her clothes draped over the chair, her bag on the floor. My mind races. Zuri wouldn't just leave, not after the night we had. We were on the same page, finally. I swing my legs over the side of the bed, yanking on my jeans. I check the bathroom, the kitchen. No sign of her. My pulse quickens, a mix of fear and anger bubbling up. Zuri? My voice echoes in the silence. I get up, searching every room. She's not here. I grab my phone from the nightstand, planning to call her. I'm instead met with a message. I press play. Morning, Hammer. Got a little business proposition for you. How's about you hand over the iron wolves in the compound to me, or you'll never see your precious little bitch nurse again. By the way, she's a feisty little thing, isn't she? Hope to hear from you soon. Hugs and kisses. That motherfucker! I shout as I crush the phone in my hand, the screen cracking. My vision narrows. That slimy fucking bastard. My mind races through a dozen scenarios. I yank on my clothes, fingers shaking with rage. I pace my apartment, my mind a fucking mess. Snake has Zuri. I don't know what the fuck to do. Any way you flip it, she risks getting hurt, and that's not something I'm willing to accept. My fists clench and unclench as I run through every possible scenario. My heart's pounding like a war drum, and I feel like I'm back in the shit, surrounded by enemies, no clear way out. I grab my phone again and call Axel. He answers on the second ring. Yeah, Prez? Snake's got Zuri. What? How the hell did... Doesn't matter, we need to move, fucking now! On it. I'll make some calls. We'll meet at the clubhouse. I hang up and head back to my bedroom, throwing on my kuda and boots. My hands are still shaking, but I push the fear down. Fear won't help Zuri. I need to think. I need a plan. I storm into the clubhouse, my mind a swirling vortex of rage and fear. The usual buzz of conversation halts as soon as I enter, all eyes turning to me. Tommy steps forward, his brow furrowed. What the hell's going on, Prez? I grit my teeth, the words almost choking me. Snake's got Zuri. The room erupts, chairs scrape back, and voices rise in a chaotic chorus of anger and disbelief. That fucking piece of shit! Tank snarls, his fists clenching. We gonna gut him? Damn right we are, Bear growls. What's the plan, Jax? I pace the floor, my boots echoing off the concrete. I want to say we go in hard, no mercy. We tear their shit up and we get Zuri back. Blade leans against the pool table, a wicked grin spreading across his face. I've been itching for a fight. Guess today's my lucky day. Fangs nods, his eyes dark with determination. We hit him where it hurts. Make him regret ever messing with us. I slam my fist into my palm, the impact sending a jolt through me. But we can't. We have to be smart about it. We can't retaliate with violence, because we can't afford for anyone else to get hurt. I say with all the strength I can muster. And because I refuse to fucking lose her. Axel steps closer, his voice low but firm. You sure you're ready for this, Jax? Your head's in the game? I meet his gaze, steel blue eyes locking with his. My head's never been clearer. I promised her last night that I would end this bullshit with as little bloodshed as possible, and that's what the fuck I'm going to do. I get up and start to pace. They took my old lady. They made it personal. This ends today. The entire room seems to acknowledge the fact that I referred to Zuri as my old lady. That's a big fucking deal in the MC scene. That basically puts an untouchable stamp on her. She immediately becomes an object the crew knows to protect with their life. Axel claps me on the shoulder. Then tell us the plan, Prez. We're all ears, and fists, and knives, Bear shouts from behind the table with a grin. Gather a few men and go and patrol the area surrounding the Viper's compound. Try and lay low, but Keep an eye out and report anything shady going on." "Roger that," Axel says. And if you so much as suspect that something is going south, I can't even bring myself to say it. "You don't even have to finish that sentence, Prez," Axel assures me. "We protect our own, and Zuri is considered one of us now." "Thank you, Axel. Keep me updated. I'm heading to my office to try and brainstorm some ideas that don't involve shooting Snake between the eyes. I mean, if it resorts to that, I volunteer." Fangs shouts from across the room and is met with a cadence of, "Shut up, Fangs." I storm down the hallway past the bar area where a few members nurse beers and shoot pool. Their conversations halt, eyes tracking me as I make my way to my office. The smell of leather and spilled whiskey hangs in the air, a familiar scent that usually brings comfort. Not today. Pushing the door open, I enter my office, slamming it shut behind me. The room is dimly lit, the only light coming from the small window high up on the wall. My desk is cluttered with papers, old club business that seems insignificant compared to what's happening now. I drop into my chair, running a hand through my hair. Think, Jax. You need a plan that doesn't end in a bloodbath. The door creaks open and Tank steps in, closing it behind him. He leans against the wall, arms crossed. "Any ideas yet, Prez?" I sigh, leaning back in my chair. I'm trying to figure that out. He's got Zuri. I can't just storm in there guns blazing. Tank nods, his expression serious. We need leverage, something Snake wants more than the club. I rub my chin, thinking, what does Snake value more than power? Tank's eyes narrow. His own skin. I lean forward, a spark of an idea forming. We need to find out what Snake's hiding. Something he doesn't want anyone to know. If we can get that, we can trade it for Zuri. Tank grins. Blackmail, I like it. But where do we start? I grab a pen and paper, scribbling down names. Snake's got a few enemies. People he's screwed over. We need to talk to them. See what dirt we can dig up. Tank pushes off the wall, nodding. I'll round up the boys. We'll start making calls. Good. And Tank, keep it quiet. We don't want Snake catching wind of this. He gives me a curt nod and leaves, the door closing with a soft click. I stare at the list of names, my mind churning. Snake's been a thorn in my side for too long. If there's something out there that can bring him down, I'll find it. For Zuri. My phone buzzes with a text from Axel. No movement yet, all quiet. I type back, stay sharp. We're working on leverage. I stand, pacing the room. The weight of Zuri's absence presses down on me. I can't fail her. I won't. The phone rings again and I snatch it up, hope flaring in my chest. Jax, it's Bear. I've got a lead. An old contact of mine used to run with Snake. Says he's got some dirt that could be useful. Where? An old warehouse near the docks. Says he'll meet us there in an hour. I nod, adrenaline surging. Good. Let's move. Hanging up, I grab my jacket and head for the door. The time for sitting and thinking is over. It's time to act. As I step into the main room, the guys are already gearing up, their faces set with determination. I look around at them, my brothers, and feel a surge of pride. Listen up, I say, my voice steady. We've got a lead on some dirt that could help us get Zuri back. We're heading to the docks. Keep your heads on a swivel. We do this smart. We do this clean. Understood? They nod, a chorus of agreement. Let's roll. Chapter 27. Jax. I storm into the police station, the air thick with the stench of stale coffee and desperation. Officers hustle around, their conversations blending into a chaotic hum. I make my way to the front desk, where a young officer looks up, eyes widening slightly. I need to see Detective Parker, I say, my voice brooking no argument. Is he expecting you? The officer asks, trying to mask his unease. Just tell him Jax Hawkins is here. He'll see me. The officer nods and picks up the phone, speaking in hushed tones. A few moments later, a door opens and Parker steps out. His eyes lock onto mine, a mix of surprise and curiosity. "Jax," he says, motioning me to follow him. "This way." We enter his cluttered office, the door closing with a heavy thud. He gestures to a chair, but I remain standing, the tension coiled tight in my muscles. "So, what's this about?" Parker asks, leaning against his desk. "I've got information on the Vipers," I say, cutting straight to the point. "Enough to bring them down." His eyebrows shoot up. "And why would you want to help us with that?" "Let's just say our interests align. They've crossed a line and it's time they paid for it." Parker narrows his eyes, studying me. "What kind of information are we talking about?" I pull out a folder from my jacket, slapping it onto his desk. Detailed records of their operations. Drugs, arms deals, you name it. I've got names, dates, locations, all verified by business owners who've had enough of their shit. Parker flips through the pages, his expression hardening. "This is solid. Why now, Jax?" "They kidnapped someone important to me," I say, my voice low. "I want her back, and I want them gone." He looks up, a flicker of understanding in his eyes. "All right, we can work with this. But you know this means you're putting yourself on the line too, right?" "I'm aware," I say, meeting his gaze. "Just make sure you use it." Parker nods, picking up the phone. "I'll get a task force on this. We'll start planning the takedown immediately." As he makes the call, I take a deep breath, the weight of my decision settling in. I glance out the window, the city bustling beyond, unaware of the storm brewing. This has to work. For Zuri, for the club, for all of us. Parker hangs up the phone, turning back to me. "We're on it. And Jax, stay safe." I nod, turning to leave. "You too, Parker. You too." As I step out of the station, the sun blinding me for a moment, I can't help but feel a sliver of hope. This is the first step to ending this war, and I'll do whatever it takes to see it through. I'm parked a few blocks away from the Vipers clubhouse, the night air thick with anticipation. I can see the faint glow of their neon sign from here, mocking me. My phone buzzes in my pocket and I answer without looking. "It's go time," Parker says, his voice crackling through the line. "Stay out of sight." "Wasn't planning on a front row seat," I reply, hanging up. I watch as unmarked police cars roll in, their lights off. Officers spill out, moving with military precision. It's like watching a well-oiled machine, and for a moment, I'm back in the field, coordinating an op. The silence breaks with a battering ram slamming against the clubhouse door. The door splinters and the cops pour in. I can almost hear the chaos erupt inside, but from here it's all muffled shouts and distant crashes. "Freeze! Hands where I can see them! Get down! Now!" The sounds filter through the night, sending a shiver down my spine. I catch a glimpse of Snake, the Viper's president, being dragged out in cuffs. His face twists in rage as he spits at the officers, but they handle him like a wild animal, shoving him into the back of a squad car. "Gotcha, you son of a bitch," I mutter, a grim satisfaction settling in my gut. I hear snippets of conversation as officers secure the perimeter. "Bagged at least a dozen of them. Found enough drugs to sink a ship. They'll be off the streets for a long time." I watch as more Vipers are hauled out, some fighting, others resigned. It's a mixed bag of fury and defeat. Snake's second-in-command, Dax, stares daggers at me as they drag him past. "This ain't over, Hawkins," he shouts, struggling against his restraints. "Sure it is," I say under my breath, watching him disappear into another squad car. The adrenaline surges through me, my fists clenching and unclenching. I want to be in there to tear apart anyone who dared touch Zuri. But this is better. Cleaner. Legal. Parker steps out, scanning the area until his eyes land on me. He walks over, a slight nod of acknowledgement, Good work, he says, his tone begrudgingly respectful. This'll put a serious dent in their operations. That's the idea, I reply, my voice tight. Now where's Zuri? We're working on it, he assures me. We swept the area, but she's not at this location. I've got teams combing through their hideouts. We'll find her. Make sure you do, I growl, the threat clear in my tone. He nods again, understanding the unspoken promise. I step back, the tension still coiled tight in my muscles. This is just the beginning. The Vipers might be down, but they're not out. Not yet. Word on the street is that the Vipers have selected a new president and are running productions on the down low outside the clubhouse. Parker was a real pal and texts me the coordinates of the warehouse they've been hanging out at. I step into the dimly lit warehouse, the scent of oil and leather filling the air. The new president of the Vipers, Razor, leans against a table, a half-smoked cigarette dangling from his lips. He looks up as I approach, a sneer forming on his face. Jax Hawkins, I figured it was only a matter of time before you visited, he asks, flicking ash onto the concrete floor. We need to talk, I say, keeping my voice steady. Talk? Last time we talked, my boys ended up in cuffs, Razor retorts, his eyes narrowing. I take a deep breath, reminding myself to stay calm. This isn't about them. This is about ending the feud before more people get hurt. Razor chuckles, a low, humorless sound. And why should I trust you? Because you don't have a choice, I say, stepping closer. The cops have everything they need to take you down. They follow you wherever you go. Your operations are crippled. You want to keep fighting, or do you want to survive? He stares at me, the weight of my words sinking in. Finally, he sighs, stubbing out his cigarette. All right, I'm listening. What's your offer? We end this war. No more territory disputes, no more attacks. You stay out of our turf and we'll stay out of yours, I say, my voice firm. Razor raises an eyebrow. And in return? In return, you hand over Zuri. No fights, no games. Just give her back. He studies me for a moment, then nods slowly. Deal. But if you cross us again, all bets are off. Understood, I say, extending my hand. He grips it, his handshake firm. I'll make some calls. The warehouse feels emptier now, the echoes of our deal still ringing in my ears. As I step out into the night, the weight on my shoulders lifts, just a fraction. Relief courses through me, mingling with the adrenaline. We've got a truce, and more importantly, Zuri will be safe. I'm not naive enough to think this is over, but it's a start. My bike waits for me, its chrome gleaming under the streetlights. I swing my leg over, the leather seat familiar and comforting. The engine roars to life, a sound that's always felt like freedom. Tonight it feels like hope. As I ride through the city, my thoughts drift to Zuri. I need to see her, to explain everything. I need to make sure she knows how much she means to me.
Chapter 28. Zuri. My hands shake as I stare at the dingy, cracked ceiling of the room I've been trapped in for over a week. The stale air suffocates me, the silence broken only by the occasional creak of the old building settling. Damn it, I mutter, kicking the leg of the rickety table in frustration. The table wobbles but doesn't fall, just like my hope, teetering on the edge but refusing to completely collapse. Wouldn't the police have come for me already? Wouldn't Jax have found me? The thought twists my gut. Is he dead? Get it together, Zuri, I whisper to myself, pacing the room. He's not dead. He can't be. My head feels like it's been stuffed with cotton. I can't remember much from when they took me, just blurry faces and muffled voices. They must have drugged me. I shake my head, trying to clear the fog, but it's like swimming through molasses. I glance around the room, looking for anything I can use to my advantage. The window's barred, and the door's a solid slab of wood. Not much hope there. I stand and walk to the small, grimy sink in the corner, splashing cold water on my face. It doesn't help much. Footsteps echo outside the door and I freeze. The knob turns, and the door creaks open. A viper steps in, his sneer a permanent fixture on his face. "Enjoying your stay, princess?" he taunts, crossing his arms. "Go to hell," I snap, glaring at him. "When's this going to end?" He chuckles, a sound that makes my skin crawl. "When your boyfriend decides to play nice." "Jax won't give in to you," I say, more to convince myself than him. "Maybe not. But you see, we don't really need him to." He leans against the doorframe, examining his nails. "It's amazing what a little leverage can do." Leverage? That's all I am to them. A bargaining chip. I grit my teeth, refusing to show fear. "You're underestimating him." "Am I?" He raises an eyebrow. "Your hero hasn't exactly come running, has he?" I take a step closer, anger bubbling up. "He will. And when he does, you'll regret ever laying a hand on me." The viper's eyes narrow. Feisty. I like that. But keep dreaming, sweetheart. He slams the door shut, and the lock clicks into place. I sink onto the bed, my resolve wavering. Wouldn't Jax have rescued me by now? I replay the last time I saw him. His steel blue eyes filled with determination. The way he kissed me like he couldn't get enough. The way he promised everything would be all right. But promises don't mean much when you're locked in a room, waiting for a rescue that might never come. I clutch my necklace, a small token of hope. "Please, Jax, please be okay." The minutes stretch into hours, and I lose track of time. Every sound outside the door makes my heart race, a cruel reminder of my helplessness. I lay back on the bed, staring at the ceiling again. "He'll come," I whisper, closing my eyes. "He has to." But doubt creeps in, wrapping around my heart like a vice. What if he doesn't? What if he can't? Suddenly, the door bursts open and I'm blinded by the influx of light. I shield my eyes, heart pounding, ready to fight whoever's coming at me. The figure rushes toward me, and I swing my fists, adrenaline surging. "Get off me!" I scream, thrashing as strong hands grab my arms. "Baby, stop! It's me!" The voice cuts through my panic, familiar and commanding. I freeze, blinking away the spots in my vision. "Jax?" My voice wavers, hope and disbelief mingling. "Yeah, it's me." He pulls me into his arms, and I collapse against his chest, the smell of leather and sweat grounding me. "You came," I whisper, clinging to him, my fingers digging into his jacket. "I knew you would." "Damn right I did," he says, his voice gruff. "I told you I'd protect you." As soon as Jax's arms wrap around me, I let myself collapse against his solid chest. The tension in my muscles melts away, and I feel the world tilt as he lifts me effortlessly. His scent, a mix of leather and something uniquely him, grounds me as he carries me through the viper's compound. "Hold on, Zuri," he murmurs, his voice a low rumble that vibrates through my body. "We're getting out of here." I nod weakly, my head nestled against his shoulder. The walls blur past us, and I catch glimpses of the vipers, their eyes narrowing but not making a move. Jax's presence is a shield, his authority and fearlessness keeping them at bay. "How did you—" I start to ask, but my voice falters. "Later," he says, tightening his grip. "Let's get you safe first." We reach his motorcycle, sleek and powerful, parked just outside the compound. Jax tucks me against his chest as he mounts the bike, his hands never leaving me. He situates me in front of him, my back against his chest, and wraps one arm around my waist. "Hold on tight," he orders, revving the engine. The bike roars to life and we shoot forward. The wind whips through my hair, tangling it into a wild mess. But I don't care. The night air is cool against my skin, a stark contrast to the stifling room I'd been trapped in. The lights of the city blur into streaks as we speed away. The hum of the engine a steady reassurance beneath us. I'm free, I think to myself, the words, a mantra that fills me with a fierce, defiant joy. Jax's arm around me is a solid anchor, his body a protective shield. I glance up at the night sky, the stars twinkling like tiny beacons of hope. My heart pounds, but it's a different kind of fear now, one tinged with exhilaration. Zuri, you okay? Jax's voice cuts through the rush of the wind. Yeah, I reply, my voice steady. Thanks to you? He doesn't respond, but I feel the slight pressure of his hand on my waist, a silent promise that he's got me. We ride in silence, the world blurring around us, and I let myself lean into him, feeling the warmth of his body seep into mine. Finally, the bike slows as we approach the outskirts of the city. Jax pulls over, cutting the engine. The sudden silence is almost jarring, but the night air is calm and soothing. Let's get you somewhere safe, he says, dismounting and helping me off the bike. Where are we? I ask, looking around at the unfamiliar surroundings. Just a safe house, he replies, guiding me towards a small nondescript building. We'll lay low here for a bit. I nod, trusting him completely. As we step inside, the tension that had been coiled tight within me finally begins to unwind. For the first time in days, I feel a sense of peace. Jax is here, and I'm safe, and that's all that matters. Chapter 29. Zuri. We finally make it inside Jax's apartment, and the door clicks shut behind us. I sink into his leather couch, feeling the weight of the past week lift off my shoulders. Jax stands awkwardly by the door, running a hand through his hair. He looks like he wants to say something but can't find the words. Come here, I say, patting the space next to me. He hesitates. Zuri, Just sit, I interrupt, my voice firmer than I feel. He moves to the couch and sits beside me, his body tense. I'm sorry, he says, his voice low. I should have protected you better. I shouldn't have let this happen. I reach for his hand, squeezing it. Jax, you saved me. That's all that matters. But No, I cut him off, shaking my head. I thought you were dead, Jax. I thought I'd never see you again. And then you showed up and you saved me. That's enough for me. He looks at me, still blue eyes searching mine. You forgive me? Just like that? I nod, a smile tugging at my lips. Yeah, just like that. You're alive, I'm alive, and we're here together. That's all I need. He pulls me into his arms, holding me close. The warmth of his body seeps into mine, and I let out a shaky breath, feeling safe for the first time in days. I'm not letting you go again, he murmurs into my hair. You better not, I reply, my voice muffled against his chest. I'm not going anywhere. We sit like that for a while, the silence between us comfortable. I can feel his heart beating steadily, a reassuring rhythm that lulls me into a sense of peace. How did you find me? I ask, breaking the silence. Had some help, he says, his voice rumbling through his chest. Got the vipers to talk. They led me to you. Must have been some conversation, I say, raising an eyebrow. He chuckles, a deep, rough sound. You could say that. I pull back slightly to look at him. You really went through all that for me? He nods, his expression serious. I'd do it again in a heartbeat. I lean in, pressing my lips to his. The kiss is slow, gentle, a promise of better days to come. When we finally pull apart, I rest my forehead against his, feeling the steady rise and fall of his breath. Thank you, I whisper. Don't thank me yet, he replies, a hint of his usual cocky grin returning. We still have a lot to talk about. I push myself up from the couch and take Jax's hand, pulling him to his feet. He follows, his eyes never leaving mine. We make our way to the bedroom, the air thick with unspoken words and simmering tension. I lead him to the bed and turn to face him, my hands moving to the hem of his shirt. Zuri, what are you? Shh, I say, tugging his shirt over his head. Just let me. He raises his arms, allowing me to pull the shirt off. I toss it aside and run my hands over his chest, feeling the hard muscles beneath his skin. You're so strong, I murmur, tracing the scars that tell the story of his battles. So brave. His breath hitches as I press a kiss to his collarbone, then another to the center of his chest. Zuri, you need to rest. I want to, I say, cutting him off again. You kept me safe, Jax. You came for me. Let me show you how much that means to me. I move my hands to his belt, unbuckling it with a quick flick of my wrist. The leather slides free, and I drop it to the floor. Jax's hands come to rest on my shoulders, his fingers digging in slightly as I work on the button of his jeans. You're amazing, I whisper, my voice trembling with emotion. I don't know what I'd do without you. You're the amazing one, he replies, his voice rough. You held on. You fought. You're here. This scene is too much for YouTube, but head over to tylawalker.com with the code SAVE40 to finish reading. You won't want to miss it.
Chapter 30. Jax. The roar of motorcycles fills the air as we pull into the parking lot. The iron wolves, in all their leather-clad glory, try to blend into the sea of graduation gowns and proud families. I can't help but smirk at the sight of Tank struggling to keep his massive frame from knocking over a balloon arch. Jax, you sure this is a good idea? Maverick grumbles, adjusting his cut. We stick out like a sore thumb. Relax, Mav. We're here to support Zuri, I say, patting him on the back. Besides, a little color won't hurt this place. We make our way through the crowd, getting more than a few curious glances. I spot Zuri's mom, standing near the front with a smile that could light up the whole damn stadium. She catches my eye and waves us over. Jax, thank you for coming, she says, her voice filled with gratitude. Wouldn't miss it for the world, Mrs. Jackson, I reply, nodding toward the rest of the crew to behave. The ceremony drags on, the dean droning about perseverance and the future. My eyes stay glued to Zuri, who stands in line with her fellow graduates. She looks stunning in her cap and gown, her curls peeking out from underneath. How long is this gonna take? Fangs whispers, shifting uncomfortably in his seat. Shut it. Fangs, show some respect, I mutter back, my gaze never leaving Zuri. Finally, her name is called. Zuri Jackson. The crowd erupts in applause, but all I can hear is the pounding of my heart. She steps onto the stage, accepting her degree with that signature sass and a confident smile. That's my girl, I whisper to myself, feeling a swell of pride. As she descends the stage, our eyes meet. She spots the iron wolves and her smile widens. She mouths a thank you, and I give her a nod, feeling like the luckiest bastard alive. After the ceremony, we gather outside. Zuri rushes over, throwing her arms around me. You brought the whole crew? Of course, I say, holding her close. Couldn't let you have all the fun without us. The guys start congratulating her, each one adding their own brand of humor. Tank tries to give her a bear hug, but she swats him away playfully. Zuri's laughter cuts through the rowdy chatter of the bikers, a sound I could bottle up and keep forever. She's surrounded by her family, her mom wiping away tears of pride. The Iron Wolves aren't exactly the typical graduation party guests, but they're blending in as best as they can. Tank's booming voice rises above the rest as he shares some exaggerated story, earning eye rolls and chuckles. "Congratulations, baby," I say, pulling her into my arms. The feel of her against me, her warmth, it's grounding. "You did it." "Thanks, Jax," she murmurs, looking up at me with those deep, soulful eyes. "And thank you for bringing the guys. It means a lot." I grin. They needed a bit of culture. She laughs, a sound that draws a few glances our way. "Culture, huh? Since when do motorcycles and tattoos count as culture?" "Hey, we've got our own kind of sophistication," I tease, brushing a stray curl from her face. "Right, Tank?" Tank, who's currently trying to juggle a plate of hors d'oeuvre, looks up. "Damn straight. We're refined as hell." Zuri shakes her head, still laughing. "Refined, sure." Mrs. Jackson approaches, a warm smile on her face. "Jax, I can't thank you enough for being here. It means the world to Zuri." "It's the least I could do, ma'am," I reply, feeling a strange sense of humility. "She's something special." "Don't I know it?" Mrs. Jackson says, her eyes twinkling. "Now don't let me keep you two. Go on, enjoy the party." Zuri grabs my hand, leading me away from the crowd. "Let's get some air." We step outside, the evening breeze a welcome change from the stuffy indoors. She leans against me, her head resting on my chest. "You really brought everyone here?" "Yeah," I say, wrapping an arm around her. "Wanted to show you how proud we are." She looks up, her eyes searching mine. "Even after everything, you still—" "Zuri, I'd go through hell for you," I interrupt, my voice firm. "You're worth it." She bites her lip, a small smile playing at the corners of her mouth. "You always know what to say, don't you?" "Only when it matters," I admit, pulling her closer. "And this, right here, it matters." The sound of laughter and conversation drifts out from the building, mixing with the distant hum of traffic. It's a chaotic, beautiful symphony, and right now, it feels like our own little world. Zuri sighs, her breath warm against my skin. "I love you, Jax." "I love you too, Zuri," I say, meaning every word. "Always have, always will." She smiles, and for a moment, everything else fades away. It's just us, standing here, surrounded by a world that finally feels right. "Now," I say, breaking the silence, "let's get back in there before Tank eats all the food." She laughs, a sound that makes my heart feel whole. Good idea. Wouldn't want to miss out on the party. We walk back inside, hand in hand, ready to face whatever comes next. Because as long as we're together, I know we can handle anything. The scent of fresh paint and the hum of activity fill the air as we stand in front of the newly christened Iron Wolves mobile clinic. The sight of the sleek, converted bus makes my chest swell with pride. We've turned this vision into a reality, and it's damn beautiful. "Not bad, huh?" I say, nudging Zuri with my elbow. She's got that determined look in her eye, the one that tells me she's ready to conquer the world. "Not bad at all," she replies, her smile lighting up her face. "But you know, it's just the beginning." I chuckle. "Always aiming higher, aren't you?" "You know it," she says, scanning the lot where a small crowd has gathered. Kids are running around, their laughter mingling with the rumble of our bikes. It's a good sound, a hopeful one. Tank saunters over, wiping his hands on a rag. "Clinic looks good, boss. You and Zuri make a hell of a team." "Damn right we do," I say, giving him a firm nod. "Everything set for security?" "Yep. We've got patrols scheduled, and Maverick's got eyes on the perimeter," Tank says, glancing at Zuri. "You're in safe hands, Doc." She laughs. "I've always been in safe hands with you guys around." "Don't let it go to your head," I tease, earning an eye roll from her. "All right, let's get this show on the road," she says, clapping her hands. "First patients should be arriving soon." We move into action, the Iron Wolves falling into their roles seamlessly. I spot Maverick at the edge of the lot, his gaze sharp as he scans the area. He gives me a nod, and I return it, knowing he's got everything under control. Zuri starts setting up inside the bus, her movements quick and efficient. I watch her for a moment, admiring her focus. She's incredible, and she's mine. Need any help? I ask, stepping inside. Actually, yeah, she says, looking up with a smirk. Think you can handle some paperwork? Paperwork? I groan. I was hoping for something more exciting. She laughs, tossing a clipboard at me. Excitement comes later. Right now, we've got to get these forms filled out. I catch the clipboard, shaking my head. All right, boss lady. You win this round. We work side by side, the steady flow of patients keeping us busy. The Iron Wolves handle security, their presence reassuring to the community. It's a good feeling knowing we're making a difference. As the day winds down, Zuri and I step outside for a breather. The sun's setting, casting a warm glow over everything. She leans against me, her head resting on my shoulder. We did good today, she says softly. Yeah, we did, I agree, wrapping an arm around her. And we'll keep doing good. She looks up at me, her eyes filled with determination. Together? Always, I say, pressing a kiss to her forehead. We're a team, remember? She smiles, and it's like the weight of the world lifts off my shoulders. Yeah, we are. We stand there for a moment, watching as the last of the patients leave, their smiles a testament to the work we've done. It's a start, and it's a damn good one. And as long as I've got Zuri by my side, I know we can handle whatever comes next.